there's no ability to, cure multiple diseases, all these things, unless we've got AI. AI is going to accelerate innovation. Innovation's been the core of American greatness since our beginning, and now we have this tool that's going to allow us to do that. But we're in an AI arms race with China, and what's holding us back right now is electricity. I spent 30 years in tech. We never used more than 1% of the nation's electricity, and as the chairman just said, the demands for electricity are going through the roof right now, and what we've been doing as a country, particularly under the previous administration, was shutting down base load and dramatically over-subsidizing intermittent. This creates imbalance in our grid. It's not about politics. It's not about ideology. It's not about climate change. It's about physics. And we've got, our grid is in great danger right now of being able to sustain. I mean, we've been, literally at points this winter, minutes away from us having an incident like Spain had a few weeks ago, where and one of the places that was at risk was right here in the PJM grid, which think Pentagon to Wall Street. Where we had the day that President Trump was inaugurated, January 20th, it was very cold at 5 a.m. across that grid area. 70% of the power is coming from fossil fuels, 22% from nuclear, and only 0 from solar, 2% from wind. And we've spent $100 billion just in this part of the country subsidizing and trying to get to all solar and all wind. If you have solar and wind and it's intermittent, you also still need all that base load. We can't run our country where we need 7 by 24 on intermittent power. And we've got lots of clean energy, nuclear, geothermal, hydroelectric, those all represent base load approaches to green energy. So anyway, we've got some challenges ahead of us, and what we're doing is trying to speed up permitting. The president has created the National Energy Dominance Council, which is a cross-agency effort, like a SWAT team, to try to figure out a way to get stuff permitted faster, because we have to get back in the game. We're reshoring manufacturing to our country, even something as simple as warehousing. A current warehouse today might use 5 kilowatts, like the kind I worked in growing up as a kid. A modern one today is 25 kilowatts a square foot. When you throw in robotics, it's 40 kilowatts a square foot. We need demand for just simple things like warehousing, but much advanced manufacturing. All this is going to require more power, and we need a whole of government approach. So it's a big issue. Sorry for my long answer, but this is a critical thing that we're facing as a country.
Yeah, no apologies for a long answer. It's a question that deserves a long answer, and it deserves much investigation by Congress, and it deserves action. I know the administration's taking action as much as you can through the executive order process, but I think it's incumbent on Congress to work with the administration on both sides of the aisle to enact real permitting reform so that we can not only build energy infrastructure in our country, but all infrastructure, whether it's roads, bridges, ports, or navigable waterways.
Pipelines.
or managing our forest, or transmission, all of that. It's on us to give the administration the laws that you need to be able to meet those demands. My time has expired. I now recognize Ranking Member Huffman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I wish I had more time to get into this disparagement of renewables, because your own state, Mr. Secretary, has 40% wind energy power in North Dakota nearby, and Iowa, it's 60% plus.
We have 40%.
My time, Mr. Secretary, 60% plus. Some of the lowest electricity rates, one of the most reliable grids in the country. So we could absolutely have a robust debate about some of the things you just said, but I want to ask you about this balance sheet philosophy, because you said nobody liquidates assets unless they're going out of business, but we've all seen corporate raiders like Carl Icahn build entire careers, taking over family-run businesses and raiding their employee pension funds. It happens all the time in private equity. But public lands should not be like that. And so I want to give you a chance to assure us that you're more like Teddy Roosevelt and less like Carl Icahn when it comes to managing our federal estate. You recently said that you, in your Senate testimony, that you were not proposing to sell off or divest any of the 63 so-called crown jewel national parks, but there are 370 other units managed by the national park system. These are places created by Congress that allow people across the country to get the national park experience in their own communities. They range from the MLK National Historical Park to Belmont Paul Women's Equality National Monument, Teddy Roosevelt Birthplace, historical site, other beloved units that are critical to telling the American story. So simple yes or no, Mr. Secretary, will you allow the sale or divestiture of any of these units of the national park system to state, local, or private entities?
I can give examples of where
Yes or no, sir? It's a straight-up question.
I don't think it's a straight-up question. I thought you wanted to have a dialogue, but the dialogue.
I don't want a dialogue. I want a yes or a no.
Okay.
Will you allow any of those units to be sold or divested?
Well, thank you for being clear that you don't want a dialogue.
All right, I want a limited dialogue.
This is not a yes or no answer. I mean, you can ask me for a yes or no, but it's not a yes or no because this would require a thoughtful approach.
I'm hearing, Mr. Secretary, that the sale or divestiture of some of those units is on the table. Is that fair?
Well, take Knife River Indian Village in North Dakota. Less than 1,000 visitors. We've got we have a superintendent. We have federal resources there.
Mr. Secretary, I'm just going to take that as a yes. I have limited time and more questions. So you have said that
But would you support us? The greatest gift we can give
I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here to ask them, sir. So I know you said you're traveling the country listening to Park Service personnel.
I was attempting
I'm
to give you.
trying to get to a question. So
I'm
you said you're
attempting to give
listening
you
to
an
National
answer.
Park Service personnel. I want to ask you about Alcatraz because I represent that park unit. There is no one in the National Park Service, from the superintendent down to the janitor, who would tell you turning Alcatraz into a federal prison again is a good idea. Will you listen to your Park Service personnel on subjects like that, or will you go along with Donald Trump when he proposes something crazy in order to try to stick it to Nancy Pelosi for political reasons? Yes or no?
Well, I work for the President of the United States, and the Park Service is part of the executive branch, and the Park Service reports up through the executive branch. So while we want to listen to everybody, frontline soldiers don't get to decide whether or not we go into war or not. I mean, you're asking a hypothetical question.
But isn't it your job to keep crazy, purely political things that are destructive to your agency off the table?
Well, it's completely subjective on a definition of how you're describing an idea.
Has anyone in the Park Service told you that's a good idea to reopen Alcatraz as a prison?
I'm happy to get consultation from locals, from National Park, whatever, but it's a pejorative in terms of where you're describing these ideas.
Sir, I really do hope you will listen to your Park Service personnel. Now, I want to
You think
ask you...
is the Park Service personnel in charge of the decisions around the nation's resources?
I just hope you'll listen to them. You've said that you're doing a listening tour with them. I hope you will listen to them. Now, you have said that American public lands are assets that should be leveraged to pay down the national debt. Finance experts, including the former Republican director of the CBO, have said your proposal could only work if the U.S. entered into agreements with our foreign creditors to put specific lands up as collateral. I want to ask you specifically, because some of these creditors are China, Canada, France, India, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Will you put American public lands up as collateral in agreements with any of these foreign interests?
No, and the thing that you've just suggested has never been discussed, never been in a meeting with that, so I don't even know where that idea came from. You're talking about leverage, meaning debt, but we're talking about if we want to run advertisements to the American people and say you own part of $36.5 trillion of debt, which we do every time we have a presidential campaign, we should also be running ads and say, Americans, you own part of a, $100 trillion, $200 trillion of assets?
You have repeatedly said we should use our public lands to eliminate the national debt.
Yes, because we're getting a horrifically poor return on the assets that we have in our country. If our national balance sheet's worth $100 trillion and Interior pulled in $20 billion, a 1% return on a $100 trillion balance sheet would be $1 trillion. We'd have all kinds of money for you guys to appropriate to spend on deferred maintenance. Our parks would be sustainable forever. These are simple things, but we've got the greatest resources: land, minerals, rare earth minerals, wind, solar. I mean, you name all the resources we have on public land. We're managing them in a way where we're getting really horrifically bad returns. And there's nothing contrary with getting good returns. I mean, some of the companies that have the highest return in the country are also the greatest stewards of the assets that they manage. We can do the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I hope we'll have a second round because this is too important to not do justice to this issue.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, the chair of the Subcommittee on Energy and Minerals, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Burgum, thank you for being here. As you know well, Northeast Minnesota, my district, is home to the Duluth Complex, the largest untapped copper-nickel find in the entire world. The previous administration did not recognize the importance of this. In fact, the Biden administration enacted illegal mining ban covering 225,504 acres in the Superior National Forest. Yesterday, I met with Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins, and she provided assurances that her department would work to reverse this illegal mining ban, which was a stated goal of the President Trump during his campaign. Shortly after our meeting, she publicly announced that her department would soon formally request the Bureau of Land Management begin the process to administratively reverse this illegal withdrawal. Mr. Secretary, will you commit today that your department will work to reverse Biden's illegal mining ban in northern Minnesota, as well as work to return the leases that were stripped from multiple companies seeking to responsibly develop critical minerals within the Superior National Forest under the most strict environmental and labor standards?
Representative, the answer is yes, and look forward to working, again, appreciate the support from Secretary Rollins, but what you're touching on here is of absolutely essential to our national defense, as people may have read in the press yesterday. But I mean, we're in a position where China has a stranglehold. They control 85% of rare earth mineral refining on the top 10 of the mid and heavy rare earth minerals. It's 100%. And we can't build a fighter jet, a car, a cell phone, an MRI machine. We can't build anything in this country without those. And we've allowed ourselves to get into a position where we've got an adversary that completely controls the entire global supply chain. We've got to get back into mining in this country for national security reasons.
Thank you. Switching gears now to an issue involving the gray wolf in the Endangered Species Act. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, officials estimate we have over 2,700 wolves in Minnesota today, the vast majority of which are in my district. In fact, over half the lower 48's gray wolf population is estimated to be found in Minnesota's 8th congressional district. That said, we know that this figure is an extreme undercount by the magnitude, if not thousands more wolves are in Minnesota, northern Minnesota. When the gray wolf was listed as threatened under the ESA in 1978, a recovery goal of 1,250 to 1,400 wolves was set for Minnesota. It's clearly far beyond that. The first Trump administration issued a final delisting rule that was quickly litigated and blocked by a district court in, of all places, Northern California. Even the Biden administration, to their credit, sided with the science, agreed with the delisting, and defending this ruling. Can you please speak to your department's defense of this rule delisting the gray wolf? And can you commit today that the Trump administration will continue to follow the science and work to ensure the gray wolf is delisted?
Yes, absolutely. We'll follow the science, and we've got multiple examples, gray wolf and grizzly, where we've far exceeded the original goals set, in some cases by more than 2x. I've recently called the endangered species list the Hotel California. You can check in, you can never check out. There's 97% of the species that have gone on there have never been removed. We need to build the capability to celebrate when species come off this list as opposed to celebrate when they go on.
Thank you. I absolutely 100% agree with you. Does the Department of the Interior support congressional action to delist the gray wolf under the ESA?
Say again, Representative?
Mr. Secretary, does the Department of the Interior support congressional action to delist the gray wolf under the ESA?
Yes, and I think the science will back up the support for that.
Thank you very much. I have one question, but I only have 30 seconds left. I just want to make a comment. You are a breath of fresh air. You come from an energy state. You were an executive. And to hear you talk about the opportunities and the importance of strategic national security involving the mining space is a breath of fresh air. We must mine these critical minerals here in the United States and not depend on China like the former administration did. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. Thank you for your testimony. Do you believe that your agency has sufficient personnel to fight what will be a very difficult wildfire season this year?
We do. We're at about exactly the same head count on wildland firefighters as last year.
Let me ask you about that number. So how many wildland firefighting personnel are currently employed by the Interior Department?
Between DOI and...
I'm talking about the Interior Department. I understand with respect to the Agriculture Department and the Forest Service. I'm asking about the Interior Department specifically.
You can ask specifically, but Brooke Rollins and I are committed to working together on this to make sure we
Mr.
optimize.
Secretary, here, hold on. This is not a gotcha question. Hold on. I went online this morning, the Department of Interior's website. It says 5,780 total number of federal wildland fire personnel employed by the Interior Department in 2024, right? Your predecessor published that number online so the American people could understand how many people in your agency. This isn't a gotcha. I'm just trying to figure out how many people are, what is that number for 2025? It's June of 2025.
It's essentially the same as last year because we're flat across both agencies at about 17,000
Will you
firefighters.
commit to providing the public and us with the number, with updating the website so that we understand how many fire personnel are employed by the Interior Department?
We'll be completely transparent on all that. I'm trying to give you an answer to that question. But,
I hear you. You're representing that it's close or essential or similar. I guess I'm just trying to get some representations that we have not lost fire personnel since last year because, as you probably know, I'm sure you're aware, the Forest Service has lost many red card holders. So much so that the chief of the Forest Service put out a video earlier this week imploring those whom had been terminated from the agency to come back. Do you know how many red card holders have left the Interior Department in the last 6 months?
I do not.
You don't know how many red card holders have left your agency?
Well, if they would have left, they would have left through early retirement. We've got 13,000 that
Wouldn't
we're
that
hiring.
be something that's important to know? How many red card holders have left your agency so that we'd be ready for the fire season? I mean, again, I guess that would be another piece of data that I think would be important for this committee to consider. But I'll move on.
And you're aware that we have 13,000 flex.
I hear you. I'm well aware of that, and I'm also concerned that your agency is apparently not keeping track of the red card holders that have been purged from your agency. But in any event, let's talk about the National Park Service.
Can I just say there's been no purging?
Sir,
Why do people keep saying purging? Because
sir, Mr. Secretary,
law
I'm going
enforcement.
to ask you a question about the National Park Service. Give me an opportunity to ask you a question.
Can I say?
Do you believe the National Park Service?
You said something that's not true.
Mr. Chairman,
you said it wasn't a
I'm going to
gotcha.
reclaim my time and ask you to stop the clock so I can ask the Secretary some questions. So let's talk about the National Park Service. How many positions of superintendent are vacant within the National Park Service?
A number of superintendents are vacant because of the.
I'm not asking you why. I'm just asking you how many. It's not. These aren't gotcha questions. How many are vacant? Is it 1? Is it 10? We've heard that it's 100. Is 100 accurate?
We have a number of superintendents.
You won't say what the number is?
I'll be happy to get you this. We're filling positions when a
Mr. Secretary, I mean, honestly, these aren't gotcha questions. If I ask a simple question.
Of course these are gotcha questions.
It's a gotcha question to ask
you won't even
how
let
many
me answer the
superintendent
question.
positions are vacant. I'll ask you why, but I first want to know the premise, which is how many are vacant. You and I both know that there are roughly 100 superintendent positions that are vacant across the country. Now, you have said that the $1 billion cut that you've proposed to the National Park Service represents cuts to overhead, right? Redundancies. I've heard you say that publicly previously, right? I'm not mischaracterizing that, I don't think. It's red tape, right? That's the kind of stuff that you're trying to cut from the National Park Service? Is that incorrect?
We're trying to cut jobs that aren't in parks. And if there's a vacancy at a superintendent, we fill it with the deputy. So it's incorrect for you to say that we have vacancies because when a superintendent takes early retirement, superintendents are at the end of their career.
We call that, when there's not a superintendent at one of our national parks, when the position is vacant, I think most American people would describe that as vacant. But in any event, what I will just say to you is that while you are cutting the National Park Service by $1 billion, or at least proposing a cut of $1 billion, cutting seasonal and temporary employees, 39% down within the National Park Service, I find it very interesting that your agency is issuing red tape edicts to national parks to put up signage for rewriting of American history at these national parks. It strikes me that perhaps the agency should be more focused on supporting our national parks, on fighting wildfires, on managing these important national jewels of the system, rather than spending its time on red tape requirements. But I see I am out of time. I appreciate the chairman's indulgence. I'll
Gentleman's
yield back.
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, the chair of the Subcommittee on Federal Lands, Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Secretary, I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I'm going to allow you to answer them. Has the Department of Interior and DOJ reviewed spending that has gone on in the Department of Interior, identifying things that are woke, DEI, waste, fraud, and abuse? Have you and/or DOJ entered into that exercise?
Yes, and at least within the Department of Interior, the work that's been done since the time that I have taken position has all been authorized and driven by me. There's no outside, quote, influence or whatever. We're looking for efficiency across all of that. But yes, we have undertaken that work.
Might we expect some items from Interior in a future rescissions bill?
I'm sorry.
Might we expect some items from the executive branch in a future rescissions bill?
Yes.
Will you be funding eco-grief trainings in the future in the Department of Interior like the previous administration?
I'm not familiar with that term.
You're not familiar with eco-grief?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, okay. Pittman-Robertson Fund, Dingle Johnson. I have a document here from the state of Wisconsin in regards to spending here, and the largest line item or a group item here is, I believe it's $17 million for PILT funding, payment in lieu of taxes, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. Is that what we expect from those programs, is that they're paying payment in lieu of taxes rather than habitat restoration or whatever?
My understanding is that the Robertson Pittman should be going towards restoring habitat. So,
the thing that I would ask is, will the agency be reviewing Pittman-Robertson and Dingle Johnson funds going out to the various states? Will there be accountability? Will you be asking the states to show what they are spending this money on, which is excise taxes from sportsmen, right?
yes,
Will you be seeking accountability within the Department of Interior for those programs?
I'm going to take an action item right now for my team that's behind me that we should dig into this. Thank you for making me aware that some of that money may not be directed as it should, as required.
I've been really frustrated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. There was an incident in my district a couple years ago when it was 25 below on January 20, I believe it was the end of January, where a tribe shut down some roads. And I made a request to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, by the way, endangering people's lives, as you can imagine, shutting down 4 roads. And I made a request to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, could you share the information on those roads, because were they funded with public money? Because roads, my understanding is that roads cannot be shut down if they are being paid for by public dollars. The Bureau of Indian Affairs would not provide me that information, and it took a court order in order to get that information to find out what the appraisals were on those roads. Will we have greater transparency in regards to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and accountability to those of us in Congress that are simply asking questions?
Well, happy to work with you on that, sir.
So also in regards to Bureau of Indian Affairs and the budget for the Department of Interior, I've seen millions of dollars that have been dedicated to litigation, that the tribes are sent money that they can litigate. And I've heard from state actors like our Department of Natural Resources a number of years ago that this money was being used against them in the state of Wisconsin. And I'm hearing from tribal interests who are saying, we need money for housing, we need money for law enforcement, stuff like that. Could you do a thorough review to make sure that there's things that are being funded, and being from North Dakota, I'm sure you're very familiar with the needs of Indian country. Rather than spending it on litigation, can we spend it on other things that seem to be more important, like housing and law enforcement?
That's an excellent suggestion. Thank you, sir.
And are you aware that I've heard from researchers that you have to put climate change in any of the, if you're seeking to receive a grant from the Department of Interior, as well as other agencies like the EPA, will you be issuing grants that can be done for a variety of purposes, not simply having to have climate change in order to receive that funding from the federal government?
I wasn't aware, that may have been a requirement in the past, but going forward, that will not be a requirement.
I'd be happy to share information in regards to that. And I hope at some point you get a chance to comment on how we can update the national park system to do the things that would give greater flexibility and maximizing the visitor experience in our national park system. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. So I want to tell you a little story. In 1991, toxic waste spilled from a closed hard rock mine into the Pecos River, poisoning our precious water. The rural communities who depend on that water finally, after years of work, convinced BLM and the Forest Service to protect the Upper Pecos watershed from mining. But the Trump administration recently reversed this withdrawal without any explanation. And the Pecos is just one example of the Trump administration giving away lands to the lowest bidder. Really bad return on the investment. Mr. Secretary, how much did the Department of Interior collect in royalties last year from hard rock mining under the General Mining Act of 1872?
Well, based on your sign behind you, I think the answer might be zero.
Exactly. And you know why we collected zero? We did collect zero. I'm glad that you can read. But this is the point. You said earlier that we need to have a return on our investments. And we are collecting zero from hard rock mining. And more concerning, you also complained about the idea of China controlling this area. Well, I have legislation, and I have sought through amendment to prevent foreign adversaries, to prevent foreign corporations from mining our precious resources and giving the United States nada, nothing. I would ask you, would you support that kind of legislation to require foreign corporations and especially foreign adversaries to pay royalties so that we can get our return on our investment?
I not only, yes, absolutely would support it, but I don't think we should be allowing foreign adversaries to mine critical minerals in our country.
Well, I'm glad that you support that, because right now we have Rio Tinto, which is 15% owned by China, and they should not be mining in culturally important places like Oak Flats. So we will work with you to see if we can stop that. Mr. Secretary, I want to move to another pretty important place in New Mexico. As you know, Chaco Canyon is a World Heritage Site. It is precious, it is irreplaceable. And after years of studies, years of negotiations between all affected tribes, the Department of Interior protected Chaco Canyon through a withdrawal. Yet we hear that BLM is now considering reopening Chaco to oil and gas development. And you come from North Dakota, Mr. Secretary. You're a governor. You understand the importance of tribal sovereignty and of consultation, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I want you to commit to sending somebody with decision-making authority to conduct in-person, individual tribal consultations with each tribe that has an interest in Chaco Canyon. Can you commit to that?
Absolutely, and of course, we hear that this and other monuments were, all the consultation was done, and then one of the first groups that came to visit me as Secretary of Interior was the Navajo, and the Navajo felt that they weren't consulted, particularly related to the buffer zone and the impingement on Navajo Alati's rights relative to the buffer zone around Chaco. So that's one of the specific areas that we'll be doing consultation on.
Right, and I think that if you look at the record, there was actually a lot of consultation. Now, that's why I'm asking you, I didn't say commit to keeping it. I want you to commit to keeping it. I think if you do the work and look at the fact that, oil and gas drilling, my district drilled more oil than your state. We are an oil and gas state. We understand the importance of all the resources. We believe in wind energy and solar energy, but we also depend on oil and gas. And you can drill for a molecule away from Chaco Canyon and get a return on your investment and not destroy irreplaceable cultural sites. And that's, I think, what we are looking for. Is not, don't drill it all in northwestern New Mexico, but don't do it where there are sacred, protected sites that can never, ever be replaced. A molecule of gas is going to be the same whether you pull it out from within the Chaco buffer zone or from outside. Thank you. I'm getting the little tick-tock. My time has expired. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, the chair of the Indian and Insular Affairs Subcommittee, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Burgum, welcome, and thank you so much for being here today. I represent Colorado's 3rd Congressional District, which, if you exclude the at-large districts, is the 9th largest congressional district in the country. We have 6 national forests, 3 national parks, 6 national monuments, and the only 2 federally recognized tribes in the state of Colorado. And I just want to express my strong support and appreciation for your and President Trump's commitment to resource development, to expanding recreational access, and the promise of promoting energy security, including by promoting tribal sovereignty. So thank you very much for those things. I wanted to touch on a few points. First, water in the West is life, and water is front and center for virtually every issue in my district. I would just ask 2 requests. The first would be, when you are selecting a Bureau of Reclamation commissioner, to please choose someone without bias and who will not escalate the water war between the upper basin states in Colorado, in the Colorado River Basin, and the lower basin states. That would be much appreciated for us in the upper basin states, and I think it would be good for all of us in the Colorado River Basin. Also on the topic of water, there is, and it's important for the river basin, the Shoshone Water Rights Preservation Project. I don't expect you to know any specifics about it, but it's of tremendous importance not only to my district, but to all of us in the Colorado River Basin, the 40 million people that rely on the water in that basin. And I would just ask that you and your staff work to secure the release of the obligated funding for the purchase of that water right that's been frozen during the review of federal spending. So if that would be possible, that would be much appreciated. When it comes to the Bureau of Reclamation, wolves, water and wolves, big issues in western Colorado. Voters outside of my district have decided to bring Canadian wolves into Colorado. And as you can imagine, those wolves have migrated into my district. They're leaving a trail of death and destruction everywhere they roam. We've already received reports of livestock and dogs being slaughtered by these packs. And I ask for whatever means necessary to address the situation, including seeing what Interior might do to ban importation and to initiate a removal process. With respect to the Bureau of Land Management, President Trump in his first term moved the Bureau of Land Management headquarters to Grand Junction, Colorado, and I have legislation that would do the same, and I would ask that your department do what it can to help make that a reality, Mr. Secretary. And the last request that I would have is, with respect to state staff, and not just in Colorado, but in other states, if the Department of the Interior can do a review to ensure that state staff, with respect to BLM, are taking actions that align with your and President Trump's mission. Okay, questions now, particularly with respect to my chairmanship of the Indian Insular Affairs Subcommittee. The President's budget promotes the sovereignty of federally recognized tribes by requesting $17.7 million to help them develop and maintain strong and stable governments capable of administering quality programs and developing economies. The committee supports the Trump administration's goal to unleash American energy dominance and to let tribes develop their resources. Can you talk a little bit about how the Department of the Interior's budget supports tribal sovereignty?
Well, this is absolutely essential and something that's important to me. As I saw in our state, I had an opportunity to work closely over my 8 years as governor with the 5 tribes with that we share geography there. And to see a tribe like the Mandan, Hidatsa, Rikara, the MHA Nation, how they were able to transform themselves once they had sovereignty over their own energy production. Whether it's new schools, being able to do 638, get out from underneath IHS and develop their own clinics. You know, they bought a healthcare plan for every member. They were building recovery centers outside of tribal boundaries in places like Bismarck and supporting their members. When you see economic development happen and self-determination, it's pretty thrilling to watch.
Thank you very much. Agree 100% there, Mr. Secretary. One other issue that is important in Indian country, I've certainly heard it a lot from the tribal representatives that I've met with, is law enforcement. And I would ask that the Department of the Interior do what it can to help in developing solutions to keep our tribal community safe. If you could say a few words about that in my remaining time, that commitment to making sure that folks in Indian country have the law enforcement resources they need.
Well, this is a high priority, and I've already been working with Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Kash Patel is appointed 75 FBI agents to help work against the over 6,000 unsolved missing and murdered Indigenous women cases that we have in this country. It's an atrocity. A lot of work that remains to be done. And we're also working on getting a Northern Plains law enforcement center completed. This idea has been kicked around for a while, but we're definitely on the Northern Plains. States have a tough time maintaining enough BIA officers. We've got to pull and train people from their own region, get them back and working with their own tribes. So a lot of work to be done there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that work, Mr. Secretary. I see my time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you for being here, Secretary Burgum. I'm just going to jump right into it. You seem to be quite concerned with any incentives for clean energy development, but as the president's ex-BFF, Elon Musk, keeps tweeting, folks often fail to mention the billions of dollars that go towards oil and gas subsidies. Secretary, do you know how much taxpayers subsidize fossil fuels each year?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your question.
How much do taxpayers subsidize oil and gas each year?
Well, there are no direct subsidies against oil and gas, but there's the only thing that historically there was some tax preferential treatment. A lot of that went away with the IRA. The hundreds of billions that were driven towards solar and wind far exceed anything that's ever been given to the oil and gas industry.
Actually, according to the IMF, Secretary Burgum, in 2022, U.S. subsidies for fossil fuels totaled $757 billion. That's $3 billion in explicit direct subsidies and $754 billion in implicit subsidies like public health and environmental impacts. Now, putting aside the $754 billion in implicit subsidies in case you don't recognize the existence of sacrifice zones like Cancer Alley, let's focus on that $3 billion number. Are you familiar with the intangible drilling cost tax deduction, yes or no?
Yes, that's what I was referring to in terms of preferential tax treatment.
And do you know how much the subsidy costs taxpayers?
I know that it was removed in the IRA and doesn't exist today.
According to the Nonpartisan Congressional Research Service, the subsidy costs taxpayers $3.3 billion over a 5-year period. Do you know how long this deduction has been in U.S. code?
I think since the 1920s.
Since 1916, over 100 years. So I find it very hypocritical to say that renewables should be able to stand on their own by now. Another example, the percentage well depletion tax credit cost taxpayers nearly $4 billion over 5 years and has been in code since 1926. Foreign income tax exemptions cost taxpayers a whopping $33 billion over 5 years. But the tax code isn't the only way that fossil fuels take advantage of American taxpayers. This administration has opened up our public lands to oil and gas polluters, while Republicans in Congress are proposing forced lease sales, rock-bottom royalty rates, and countless giveaways to big oil billionaires in the big ugly bill. And this is all based on the idea that big oil will drill, baby, drill to lower energy prices for Americans. Now, Secretary Burgum, are you familiar with the FTC's findings that Pioneer Natural Resources and Hess Corporation CEOs colluded with OPEC, the foreign oil cartel, to keep production low and prices and their profits high? Yes or no?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
So to be clear, FTC found evidence that Pioneer, Hess, and other oil corporations colluded with OPEC to price gouge Americans. 8 total corporations are now named in that class action lawsuit. Are you aware of how many of these corporations?
What was the timeframe of that
This is-
investigation?
All 8 held leases as of December of 2024.
Okay.
Are you monitoring how these companies use our public lands to ensure they are not engaging in anti-competitive practices that raise American energy prices? Just a quick yes or no.
I have zero belief that that there's any collusion going on that would be raising prices. These are companies that have invested billions to try to generate more oil and gas, and when they do that, that helps lower the price.
So to clarify, if any of these companies are found civilly or criminally liable of collusion with OPEC to raise American energy prices, would they still be allowed to operate on our public lands and waters? Yes or no, please?
Well, I'd be shocked if these cases go forward because I don't believe that there's any substance there.
So is that a yes or no?
Well, I have to wait and see. I always follow the law, so we'll see what the court comes up with. But if the court comes up with something, I'm sure it'll be challenged because I don't think there's any substance there.
Again, it's a simple yes or no. If they are found civilly or criminally liable of collusion, would they be allowed to operate on our public lands or waters?
The
Yes or
fact that
no?
the FTC or people in the Biden administration thought that somehow a few companies could collude on the price of a global market that's the largest daily market in the world it's just kind of an impossibility. There's no way that a few people can control. There's so many players in that market, so many
Secretary,
countries.
From
it just
what
can't
I'm
be done.
hearing, under your leadership, not only will you not stop oil and gas companies from using our publicly owned resources to rip off the American people and raise energy prices, your department will instead double down on giving big oil control of our public lands and waters. I know my constituents don't want more handouts to big oil. They want clean, affordable, and renewable energy. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the representative from Arizona and Chairman of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Burgum, good seeing you, and thanks for joining us today. First, I want to bring up this experimental 10J Mexican wolf population that terrorizes my state and New Mexico. Unbelievable, U.S. maintains protections for the Mexican wolf while the recovery exists in Mexico, okay? This bad policy threatens the direct livelihood of the ranchers and must come to an end. Do you know how much the federal government spent managing this population between 2019 and 2021?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know that number, sir.
Okay, it's about $9 million, okay? Was any of that spent on payments for livestock-related losses? If not, how much did the government spend? Would you know that?
I'm unfamiliar with those numbers from the prior administration.
Okay, so that's about 1.6 million, okay? Do you think it's fair for the ranchers in Arizona to rely on a foreign nation like Mexico for relief of the presence of these problems?
No.
I will soon be introducing legislation that will delist and delink the Mexican wolf and look forward to working with you to further protecting Western ranchers from this experimental program. Now I'd like to talk about something I'm sure you know something about. And this, have you heard of my bill, HR 34, the Land and Social Security Optimization Act, or the LASSO Act?
I'm sorry.
The LASSO Act, which deposits 10% of our.
Do you have a microphone that you could be closer there? Or is,
Yeah, it's called the LASSO Act. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay. It deposits 10% of the monies generated off of public lands into the Social Security Trust Fund. Are you aware of that?
I'm not deeply familiar with that, no.
Okay. Would something like that work, putting the public back in public lands and having the oversight to the people of the United States? Would something like that work in your mind?
I am not quite following the line of questioning here, sir.
Okay, well, this would generate 10% of all the revenues coming off of public lands. See, the Biden administration tried to do this 2 years ago. They did something along this line, but they were captivating on the New York Stock Exchange. Mine actually puts it into the Social Security Trust Fund, keeping the public in it, never letting it go. This would also help us, the more we use our public lands, the more that would go in there. So we would start at $4 billion, and it would grow as we used it properly with the multiple use doctrine. The CBO estimates that this would be about $15 to $16 billion over 10 years, as is, not as we use it better, okay? But imagine what that figure would look like if Americans really were captivated. You hear a lot of the problems that are trying to circulate here. This would alleviate a lot of that because it's the American people that these lands belong to, not people on this dais. Would you agree?
I think there's a big opportunity to improve the financial situation of the United States with better utilization of our assets, yes.
Gotcha. Now, do you agree that the Biden's conservation and landscape health rule would limit Americans' ability to use public lands, consistent with the multiple use doctrine of federal land management policy or the FLIPMA from 1976?
I think a number of the proposals under the Biden administration were in direct conflict with the multiple use mandates.
Gotcha. Now I want to hit on tribal organizations. As you may know, last year the committee opened an investigation into the presence and activities of transnational organizational crime cartels on tribal lands across the U.S., even in the far north as Montana, where drugs like fentanyl can cost more than 100 times what they do closer to the southern border, that's like in my district. I know that this is not only something that you had to deal with as a governor, but something you will have worked with President Trump to deal with as well. In fact, on the very first day of his second term, President Trump issued Executive Order 14157 to designate certain cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. I'm hopeful that this designation, along with other actions, will provide an opportunity to work with the government to tackle this fentanyl crisis. Now, I've got a number of other things. I know that the gentleman from Colorado brought it up. Indian water rights settlements. I hope that there's so many, and we got a whole bunch of ideas, but I want to remember that sovereignty is an issue that we have to really look at. I agree it has to be sovereign, but we can't be sovereign one day and not sovereign another day. I think we have to work those things out. I've looked at the Native Americans, and I think that the future of this country will go through Native Americans aspects, but we have to remedy those problems. I look forward to working with you with the consistent and ideas with the Indian water settlements. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. My district is in the San Fernando Valley in Southern California. That region continues to face persistent drought, a growing population, and increasing water demands, straining already dwindling water supplies. Given these challenges, Southern California has been a leader in advancing water recycling and reuse projects, many of which have been made possible through the Bureau of Reclamation's Water Smart program. Despite Water Smart's success, this administration is seeking to zero out this funding. Can you explain the decision process that goes along with ending this program, specifically a successful federal program that has a proven track record and invests in communities and supports drought-resilient infrastructure?
First of all, Representative, I want to thank you and those in your district for working on this important issue of water recycling and water conservation. Since the inception of the Bureau of Reclamation, it was really was what allowed. I mean, the vision of Theodore Roosevelt really opened up agriculture in California and Arizona, and appreciate your advocacy for the Bureau of Rec. As we looked across trying to reduce budgets across the thing, one of the things that we looked at was grant programs. And when you're trying to make the kind of reductions we are against the tremendous budget deficit we have, sometimes even programs that are solid programs end up on the list. So it's nothing in particular about this program. It's just trying to find a way to make sure that we do our part overall to help reduce the size of the deficit of the federal budget.
But as you know, the water and issues, especially in Southern California, are something we're always struggling with, and this program has proven to be successful in terms of building that infrastructure that we need is in that area with growing population. We need, the entities there really rely on this federal funding to build that infrastructure. And so, so it's just going to be zeroed out.
Well, it's the proposal that's in it right now, but again, I think we have to look for combinations at the state, the private sector, and look for collaboration to try to come up with these solutions. When we have industries and entities and companies that come completely dependent on federal subsidies or federal programs, it's probably worth a look, but I think that we need to just keep collaborating to see if we can find solutions. As has been brought up by others here today, obviously with the water issues across the Colorado, extending into California. There's some big issues that need to be resolved. There's going to be a lot of consultation. There's going to be a lot of meetings. We're required by law to have a resolution by 2026. So we look forward to working with you as we work through that next 20-year Colorado River Compact.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, yes or no, do you believe that extreme weather, including drought, is real?
Yes, yes, I believe weather is real.
Well, thank you. So yes or no, will you commit to making sure that communities across the country, especially Black, Brown, poor, and Indigenous communities, have the resources that they need to address the effects of extreme weather and climate change?
I support that we work to protect all communities, but it's one of the things that I'm particularly sensitive to, and as we've seen in around the country and in California, the urban wildland interface as urban cities encroach into public lands, Forest Service land, California state lands, and then working with the power companies. I mean, when we interject people into unmanaged forests and then throw a lot of power lines in there and then have high wind incidents, we're asking for challenges. We've had a 30% growth in the last 20 years of urban areas growing into this wildland urban interface. And I think sometimes we jump to blaming or pointing to climate change when in fact it's actually human activity that changed and human occupation of areas and then human decisions like power lines that are actually contributing to this fire danger.
Definitely, those are many of the challenge, and that's why we're asking for your support in communities like this. I wanted to focus my remaining time on the topic of permitting, but since I'm running out of time, I will be submitting those questions and expect a response from the department. Thank you, and I yield back.
Lady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, the chair of the Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you, and thank you for being here, Mr. Secretary. On February 3rd, you issued Secretarial Order 3418, consistent with President Trump's Unleashing American Energy Executive Order. You were directing the department to review and revise both the Buffalo and the Rock Springs resource management plans issued under the Biden administration. Just last week, cooperating agencies were notified by the BLM of an opportunity to discuss amendments to the Rock Springs RMP, and we welcome that development. Now, yesterday, you had an opportunity to provide some information to Senator Barrasso in his questioning related to the Rock Springs RMP, so I'd like to focus on the Buffalo RMP. Could you please give us a brief update in terms of the process related to what is happening with the Buffalo RMP?
I'd be happy to give you a top line and happy to have my team give you more detail. But as you've seen in your home state, under the Biden administration, there was a number of these resource management plans that basically were focused on, I felt, complete violation of the multiple use doctrine, in so much as that in some cases they actually created out of whole cloth things that didn't even exist in law, nothing that Congress had created. But these areas of critical impact, it sounds very dramatic, but basically it was preventing almost any aspect of land use and had a huge encroachment on farming, ranching, or any other kind of surface activity. And of course, a lot of this is built around the sage grouse, and the sage grouse isn't even it's not on the endangered or the threatened list. And so the idea that somehow we're going to take lands and create entire management plans which wipe out the local economies seems in direct opposition to both the will of the people, the states and the tribes that we work with, and also the law. So we're just trying to get back in, follow the law, and do consultation with the people that are impacted.
And we appreciate the return to the rule of law and actually applying and enforcing FLIPMA as it was written, rather than as some would like to have had it be written. And getting to the Endangered Species Act, sometimes those of us on this side of the dais are falsely accused of trying to undermine the Endangered Species Act. But I don't think that there's any better way to undermine the ESA than keeping a species listed well past the point that it has been fully recovered, which describes the greater Yellowstone ecosystem grizzly bear to a T, a species that has been fully recovered for over 2 decades, over 20 years. Everyone agrees we have far exceeded the recovery goals for the GYE grizzly bear. With that in mind, would you commit to working with myself and my colleagues from Montana and Idaho to fix the disastrous grizzly bear rule that you inherited from your predecessor and work with us to delist the greater Yellowstone ecosystem grizzly bear?
Yes, we'd be happy to do that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The grizzlies have gotten population so big, and they've moved from the Yellowstone into the bighorns, and then they're moving the black bears out of the bighorns. And for the first time in a long time, we had bears in western North Dakota last year, and which we don't have bears there. So they were bears there looking for love in all the wrong places because there was only a few of them. But the grizzlies are definitely expanding their territory, and that's affecting other populations.
Yes, they are, and it's definitely affecting our other wildlife. It's putting at risk our farmers and ranchers. So this is something that needs to be done. Your predecessors have recognized that the grizzly bear is recovered. We need to remove them from the list. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he intends to stop the construction of new onshore and offshore wind turbines. In southeastern Wyoming, however, there are 3,000 new turbines covering nearly 3,000 miles under review for approval. The BLM has been relying on brief environmental assessments, or EAs, rather than a cumulative environmental impact statement for approval of these large projects. Does the BLM's rush to develop wind in Wyoming comply with current federal policy, and would a moratorium on these projects be appropriate until adequate environmental oversight can be done to be more in line with the president's wishes?
The president has asked us to review all offshore wind projects and how they were permitted in the time frame. And there certainly is no appetite in this administration for adding more intermittent, unreliable to the grid. I mean, it's a grid problem. It's not that it's just, any form of intermittent is a problem. So we'd be happy to work with you. And yes, we're taking a look at all that because that grid imbalance creates a real risk for the country.
Well, and very quickly, one last issue. We now know that wind turbines account for 44% of eagle deaths in Wyoming, surpassing vehicle shootings and electrocutions combined. This shows you the failure of mitigation of the thousands of wind turbines that have already been constructed. Would you work with me to take steps to ensure meaningful eagle protection measures?
Yes, and we need more technology around the bird strike issue on wind projects in North Dakota and the Central Flyway is, I think, greatly underestimated. There's technology that can help us understand exactly how many birds we're killing in those flyways also.
Wonderful, thank you, and I yield back.
Ladies, time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California. Ms. Brownlee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I wanted to follow up a little bit more on Ms. Rivas's question. It sounds like you are now on the record that you believe that you believe in drought, and certainly
I believe
in drought.
Drought?
That drought exists in our country, particularly on the West Coast.
We have
It's a
drought.
challenge that we have to face.
Yes, I mean,
Yes, okay.
we have drought in North Dakota too. We have drought cycles and wet
Yes.
cycles. We know how that works.
Yes. And you're familiar with the Water Smart program?
I think this is the one that she was referring to.
Yeah.
In terms of yes.
Yes, okay. So.
I'm not deeply familiar. I don't know the inner workings of it.
Okay, all right. My understanding is that the proposal, the budget proposal anyway, is proposing to zero out the funding for this program. And I just want to make you aware that this program is based on non-federal match money. So for every $2.70 of non-federal money is matched to a dollar of federal money. So the point being is, pardon me? The point being is that that seems like a pretty good return, a pretty good investment for the federal government. So I hope you will look into zeroing out this program, because this seems like a program, a critical program. I think there's been based on the Bureau of Reclamation's own dashboard, about 2,091 projects so far have been supported by this Water Smart program. And I will say, in my district, I partially represent the city of Ventura in California, which is one of the largest cities in Southern California that relies solely on local water sources, not any other source other than local sources. And so they've been undergoing a wonderful project for recycling water and creating reliable drinking water for their community. So it's a very, very important program, and I hope you will look into it and get back to both Ms. Rivas and I in terms of what your intentions may be moving forward. The other question I wanted to ask you is, are you aware that DOGE first posted a list of hundreds of potential field office leases planned for termination back in March?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So one of the offices on that list was the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, BSEE regional office, located in my district in Camarillo, California. And this is the only regional BSEE office in the West Coast, and it employs staff who are responsible for ensuring active and retired offshore oil platforms are maintained and remain in compliance with environmental law. Can you commit today that you will not terminate the regional BSEE office lease, which is crucial in providing oversight over offshore oil and gas operations along the West Coast?
The work they do is crucial. I won't make any commitments about leases. We've got way too much space across Interior. I mean, when I was confirmed, I walked into a building here in town that's got the capacity to hold 3,500 people, and the only people there was a few National Park police and some custodians. I mean, and then we got space all over the country, and everybody was working remotely.
I understand, Mr. Secretary, but this is the only office on the West Coast to do this work.
Well, we can preserve the work, but we don't have to necessarily preserve that specific lease or that building. And I think it's appropriate when when everybody here wants to save programs, have money for projects, have people on the front lines, then we should really be looking hard at real estate, because that's someplace where if we save dollars on real estate, it allows us to spend more on the other projects.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll ask one last question, and can you at least commit to providing appropriate notice to the committee and myself as a member who represents the city where the office is stationed, if you consider closing the office?
Well, we wouldn't stop the work. I mean,
I understand if you would just give us notice if you're going to close the office or not close the office. If you decide to close the office, would you give me notice and the committee notice?
If we were discontinuing the work that we're doing, of course, we would notify you. But if we're just talking about whether we rent, lease, buy, own, those things, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I understand. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Ranking member has a request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this New York Times reporting from 2024, an article entitled "Zombies of the U.S. Tax Code: Why Fossil Fuel Subsidies Seem Impossible to Kill." This responds to the claim earlier that the intangible drilling cost subsidy was eliminated by the Inflation Reduction Act. This article shows that the industry is expected to reap $1.7 billion in 2025 from this drilling tax break.
Without objection.
Thank you.
So ordered. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Secretary Burgum and all the great work that you're doing. I wanted to start out with getting a perspective about hunters and anglers. You know, they are some of the best stewards of the land. They want to make sure that we have sustainability, not only of the land itself, but also the wonderful resources that they enjoy, the fish, the wildlife, the birds, the animals. And they're great stewards, and they're great contributors too, both in their time and their treasure for that. Can you give us an indication, with all the federal lands that come under your purview, what the department is doing in preserving and extending access to these lands for hunters and anglers who are, again, great stewards, and it really is an opportunity for the owners of these grand pieces of property to make sure that they can use them in a sustainable way. Can you give us a little perspective about how the department views that?
Well, first of all, hunters and anglers and all outdoor recreation are key, but particularly those that are hunters and fishermen, between the fees they pay, the duck stamps they buy, all of these things provide dollars, and they're some of the most generous conservation donors across all of these different organizations. So we're actively trying to expand the number of acres. I think we've completed dozens and dozens of projects already, which have opened up more than close to 100,000 additional acres of public lands for hunting and fishing, and we're going to continue to look for opportunities to expand those opportunities for hunters and anglers to interact with public land.
You know, another important aspect of what the department does is through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and looking at enhanced opportunities for lands that could be part of that system for conservation easements. You know, a lot's done with the Migratory Bird Conservation Commission with duck stamp dollars. One of the things, though, that's a challenge are some of the administrative and bureaucratic hurdles that you have to go through to engage landowners. I would argue we have a lot of willing landowners there, but when they find out how arduous the process is, a lot of them, you know, have great intentions in mind, but those things impede the ability for us to be able to have those other opportunities there. And I know we've experienced it there in the Rappahannock River Valley Wildlife Refuge, where we've had folks that want to partner, but then when they get involved in the process, all of a sudden they go, well, you know, I'm just not interested in going through all of that machinations that we have to go through, sometimes years in real estate evaluations and then back and forth. And so it becomes arduous. Can you give us your vision about how you would envision maybe streamlining that process to make it easier for those willing participants that want to be part of these great partnerships or even land sales for lands into the wildlife system or for easements, which are even greater opportunities, how you would look at streamlining that to maybe encourage more folks to be part of that?
Certainly there's a big opportunity there to cut red tape, and we've got some examples at the state level. In North Dakota, we had developed a program called PLOTS, which is an acronym related to private landowner participation, and those essentially were easements and paid, but then we also tied that in with an app like a cell phone app that were a landowner that was participating in plots could say, my land is closed for deer hunting, but it's open for waterfowl hunting. And hunters could just check on their phone and information's right there. Who do you call? Do I need to call before I access that land? So I think both those private models that we have, those state models, we can apply some of those to the federal model and do a more efficient job.
You know, there's also great value, too, in promoting voluntary conservation efforts, both on public and private lands. We have great friends groups at our refuges that do an incredible amount of work there. Again, another challenge there is, you know, how do we look at strengthening those opportunities? The Land and Water Conservation Fund is probably the highlight of how we can encourage those sorts of opportunities. Can you give us your perspective about how maybe we could strengthen the Land and Water Conservation Fund and promote more opportunities or broader voluntary conservation efforts from partners that want to be involved, but sometimes are limited just because of the very elements of the structure that that these agencies have in place that say, no, you can't do this, no, you can't do that. I mean, I hear from friends groups all the time. They see work that needs to be done, yet they're told can't do it because of these limitations.
Well, again, it gets back to cutting some of that red tape on the wildlife refuges that I've had an opportunity to visit so far. Always make a point of connecting with the friends groups, and whether that's volunteering and helping to host, or whether they're actually helping to do conservation work, they play a key part of it. But we got to really tap into those local communities.
I agree. Thanks, Secretary Burgum. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be back on the committee. Thank you, Ranking Member. It's nice to see you, Secretary. Thanks for being here. I represent Southern Nevada, and I understand you were in my district just a month ago. You stopped by some BLM managed land, which I'm very happy to hear, since BLM is the largest land manager in our state at managing 70% of the land in Nevada, nearly 50 million acres. And I also understand that you participated in a roundtable billed as a conversation with stakeholders, developers, housing advocates about our very real and severe housing crisis in Southern Nevada. And I'm sure you heard a familiar concern that how long it takes for these stakeholders to successfully navigate the BLM permitting process. In fact, yesterday the Home Builders Association was here visiting me and basically said that sometimes it can take up between 6 and 7 years to get easements and rights of way processed by BLM. And so obviously this is a big issue. And I was just curious, when you were there, if you mentioned to the stakeholders your proposal to cut the BLM's primary lands and resources account by over 30%, nearly $500 million.
That was not part of the discussion, but I would say that we heard lots from the local stakeholders about the permitting issue, and that's obviously a priority that we have, is how to streamline it. And of course, fortunately, we've got the Southern Nevada Lands Act, which is a great model, because while I was there, I did get an opportunity to see the new, beautiful, under construction visitor center that's going on at on the BLM land near Henderson, and then also visit the new visitor center at the Hoover Dam, which is also paid for by dollars that came out of land sales from the Southern Lands Act, but then get recirculated back into doing things that really support the public. So it's a great model, and a credit to Senator Harry Reid, those that created that in the first place.
Well, thank you. We have a bill, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto on the Senate side and I on the House side, that is a replica of that SNPLMA that we're trying to move through the House. And in fact, in the heat of in the wee hours of the night, Congressman Amodei, in the reconciliation process, forwarded an amendment that basically would disregard that process completely, selling off millions of acres of land in Nevada without local and stakeholder input. I'm very opposed to that. I also understand that Senator Lee on the Republican side is attempting to do that. So I would love if you would publicly state that you support local stakeholder input when it comes to the management of land, because that certainly is not the process that is being put forward right now by Republicans in both the House and the Senate. Can I get your affirmation on that?
Well, yes, the land sales are always sensitive, and they're always determined by the local partners, and anything that has to do with land. I know this as a governor, I know this from the private sector, that it's whoever's adjacent to that land and may not even be adjacent, it's gonna have something to say about it. So these things, to do this thing well, do them right, and actually get the outcomes we're looking for, which in the end is, as you described, affordable housing is one of the key things we're looking for. But we got to preserve recreational opportunities and preserve all the mandates that we have. But there's a big opportunity, particularly in Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Alaska. These are states that have such a high percentage of federal land. There's a lot of things we can do on the margin, even with a small amount of acres, that could still have a big positive impact on those communities.
Thank you. Just one question I have that I'm not understanding. you know, we have private developers basically time and again say the number one barrier for them to bring a development online to sell homes, you know, it's a supply and demand issue, is how long it takes with the staff, you know, with the limited staff at BLM. And the proposal to cut the staff by over 25%. Like, I don't know how you get rid of that backlog without the staffing. Can you tell me how you plan on doing that? Because it just seems counterintuitive when we're trying to get these projects online and developers walk away. You know, they're not gonna have their money held up for 6 and 7 years. So how can we strike that balance and really support the type of staffing you need to get this process rolling?
Staffing is one element, but the other element is we've just strapped our federal employees with such bad IT. I mean, we're 20 to 30 years behind. I mean, literally there's paper being moved around, and there's a big opportunity to actually streamline the processes where they can do, you know, less sort of mind-numbing repetitive work and help them, you know, create jobs that are purposeful and meaningful and that they've actually can get work done. We are putting up a transparency dashboard that's going to help all of us, all of you, be able to go in and look at a particular permit and see where it is in the process, why is it being hung up, and that's going to help us inform there. But I think in many cases, if we cut red tape, add IT, we need less people, we can get permits done faster.
Yeah, I completely agree with it. It seems to be a little reversed right now because we don't have the IT, we don't have the processes, but yet we cut the staff. So love to work with you on this. This is obviously a major issue, not just in Nevada, but across the country, and thank you for your service.
Ladies, time's expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for taking your time to come and spend a little time to discuss what's going on in your department. And we're excited about that. And also, thank you for supporting wholeheartedly the Trump agenda of just making America first. So you've done a great job. Really appreciate it. So I just have one question there. One of my staff was recently visiting a state park. And in the, I guess the commissaries, maybe what it's called, gift shop, there were articles there, which were, a lot of them actually, were made in China. And it just doesn't seem right for, especially if it's dealing with stuff we have, to do that. So I understand the National Park Service encourages the sale of American products and American-made products and items. But I think there's an opportunity here to maybe look into possibly supporting American businesses and manufacturing, and I'd like to team up with you to help do that if we can. And also, I was just thinking about we could work together on either policy or laws or whatever to potentially change all of that and not just ensure a majority, but maybe even all of the sales would be U.S.-made products. Do you think that's a possibility that the commissaries can now sell U.S. products?
Yeah, certainly. I think it's a great observation, something we'll look into. I think maybe that's something could be even handled at the agreements that we have with the with the gift shops. Sometimes those are run by friends groups. Sometimes they're run by concessionaires that we give grants to. But we could take a look at all those agreements and make that a requirement as part of the merchandise. But it's a interesting idea. Good observation, sir.
Fantastic. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back and yield my time to you if you would like to accept that.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Secretary Burgum, I know you got a lot of yes/no questions without an opportunity really to explain any of those answers, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity if there's anything you wanted to clarify, maybe regarding firefighters or mining or anything else you got questioned on.
Well, thank you, Chairman. One thing I would offer, we haven't talked about, we talked a little bit about, someone brought up cartels and organized crime working in tribal areas. As I mentioned briefly, this is something that I've been in connection with with Pam Bondi and the FBI, but this committee should understand that 41% of the southwestern border is actually federal land. 41% is interior. I think there's 2% that's U.S. Forest Service, so 43%. As we have, states do work like Texas is doing to tighten up the border, the great work that the president's doing on that agenda of securing our border, we have to make sure that our, national parks, fish and wildlife, and tribal reservations don't become the points of easy access. I do know in North Dakota that we did have organized, drug trafficking and human trafficking that found their way through the United States from the southern border onto our reservations. And there was a effort that we made about 3 years ago called Operation Blue Prairie, where we did simultaneously arrested 55 people on one day across 4 different reservations. And one of the interesting things was part of them were getting to our state on Amtrak. There's no TSA on Amtrak, so gangs from Detroit were getting on Amtrak with a bag of guns, a bag of pills, fentanyl-laced pills, a bag of cash, going to the reservations where they knew there was a lack of federal law enforcement, and then engaging in criminal activity that contributed to the missing and murdered Indigenous women. In each of those cases is a tragedy. So we just have to be aware that where we've got vulnerabilities on federal land, particularly in the West, the bad operators know that, and this is something that this administration is paying attention to. We had Kash Patel came and met with the Secretary's tribal board group, 24 representatives from Indian country. It's the only time we've had an FBI director there, and prior to that, he and I both met with the family of Emily Pike, who'd 14-year-old daughter had been disappeared and was dismembered and left on the side of the road. And so it's these tragedies are something we have to bring awareness to, but thank you for letting me mention that.
I appreciate you bringing that up. That's an issue this committee's looked into extensively. I've spent a lot of time on the southern border. You mentioned the amount of public land. In Arizona, the percentage of public land versus private land is much higher. And as you mentioned, these are very remote areas. These are where the bad actors are going to come through, and appreciate all the work that you and the administration is doing on securing the border. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from, gentleman from California, Mr. Gray. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Secretary Burgum, thank you for being here today. I understand you grew up in North Dakota and went to school there. I have a close personal connection. My mother was born in a hospital in Fargo, and my grandparents farmed in Cooperstown, North Dakota.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful. In fact, my great-grandfather served in both the House and the Senate at the state level there back in the 30s and 40s. But a great state, and it's nice to have you here with us today. Having a close connection to the Midwest, I certainly have a strong sense of kind of the decency and honesty of folks in the Midwest, and the strong kind of moral character that you see in the heartland. And in your opening statement, you touched a little bit on your business background. You mentioned balance sheets. You talked about outcomes, right? We're focused on outcomes and bipartisan solutions. And I'll certainly take you at your word, Mr. Secretary. But I represent the largest agricultural valley in the world, right? What Microsoft is to technology and Nike is to shoes, the Central Valley of California is to feeding this country. And, as a result of that, my service on the Ag Committee and the Natural Resources Committee here in Congress are certainly appropriate, representing folks that are farming and need good ag policy, and really more importantly, need good water policy, because there's nothing more important. People often ask my district, what are the 3 most important issues? I say, well, water, water, and water. Those are the 3 most important issues. And And I also want you to understand that as I put these questions in front of you, I have a deep commitment to bipartisanship. I was probably the most conservative member of the state legislature in my party, worked in a bipartisan fashion to start a Problem Solvers Caucus in California. And I also want you to understand that I was the only Democrat to support a portion of the reconciliation package that came through this committee, right? So I actually put my money where my mouth is. Don't just talk. A lot of talk in Washington. And in California, we have this complex water system, and as you may know, the Central Valley Project, much of which is under your jurisdiction, provides water for 7 of the top 10 agricultural counties in California. And these staffing cuts that we've seen out of the administration and the funding freezes at the Department of Interior are causing a great deal of uncertainty. And frankly, I have grave concerns over the ability to actually manage the system. It's my understanding that the roughly 1,100 employees we had in California's Great Basin region is down to 600, a 40% staffing cut. We are yet to see the administration put a commissioner in for the Bureau of Rec. And the combination of those two things makes it real unclear to me how the department plans on operating the system. And moreover, if we're talking about outcomes, how do we justify those cuts? Right? It's unclear, and I'd certainly like to work with you in your office to understand that, because if we are focused on outcomes, we need the folks in place to actually deliver this. You know, my understanding in talking to people at the local level is that many of these positions were vacated because they were offered an opportunity to get buyouts by the administration. So our own kind of gross incompetence in managing this has led to us not having the tools to actually deliver on the promises of water. And I think that outcome, I hope I hear this from you today, is something you and I, certainly the president, are all in agreement on, is that we want to fix California water. We want to actually invest in California water. So, you know, in the interest of time, and yes, no, is the department going to prioritize funding for water infrastructure projects? And are you interested in working with Congress to identify those projects?
Well, I specifically would want to follow up with you, Representative, because your knowledge of that district, you and other representatives that represent the Central Valley would be key to these deliberations. So we look forward to working with you.
Well, I appreciate that. I've got some legislation on the ESA dealing with some of the policy that I think creates hurdles to delivering these water projects. I also have a list of 26 water projects I've shared with the chairman, other members of the committee. I'd like to share with your office, and I'd like to get your commitment to help me get this legislation on the president's desk, and more importantly, these projects, a rock-solid plan to deliver them and get them built. And with that, I thank you, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes
Mr.
Mr. Stauber for a request.
Just speaking on what Mr. Gray just said on ESA, Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that we can enter this into the record. This is the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, where when the Trump administration delisted the ESA, the Biden administration defended the ESA delisting, where it says the district court misunderstood the ESA's clear mandate and compounded the error by imposing its own views of the science. Its decision invalidated the rule should be reversed. I want to enter that into the record.
Without objection. Mr. Fulcher, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. I know we got a bad angle here, so we just duck for a little bit. No. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being here and for recognizing that our wonderful resources are not only for our viewing pleasure, that there's a wonderful renewable treasure there. And in my state of Idaho, we have a tremendous amount of that. We're one of the only 5 states where more than 50% of the land mass is federally controlled, either through Interior or the Forest Service Department of Ag. And as you know from being governor, that changes everything in how you govern locally and how you finance your services and all the ramifications for PILT and SRS and those types of things. And in Idaho, that's 34 million acres, and we have fabulous resources: timber, mining, grazing, all of that. But Our current situation, and I'm sure you're probably aware of it, is so much of that is, of course, Forest Service, Interior. There's limited resources there, and when projects do get approved, inevitably there's lawsuits and all of these things that hinder the wise management of that resource base. As a result of that, just last year, in my state alone, we burned about 1 million acres in wildfire. And so it's for us right now, it's kind of a lose-lose situation. That's why hearing you talk and just communicate a little bit is simply a real encouragement, because I think you understand what we're dealing with. On a positive note, at the state level, we've got a relatively responsive Department of Lands. They as well have, I think, around 2.5 million acres they're responsible for, but it's managed, and and there's been some wisdom in there, and we've had almost no fire on that on the state portion of this. And in our state, the local stakeholders truly are in my view, the best stewards. It's the people who are there, and they're local. Those local stakeholders truly do care, and they want to see this renewed, and they want to see it thrive, and they want to see it productive. And so I'm interested, and I'm getting to the question, I apologize for that. I'm interested in working with you, with your department, on whether it be legislative actions or agency actions, simply with the general purpose of improving the local stakeholder access and management. And I just wanted to get your comments first on that, and if just something you're willing to do, and if so, who within your department would I initiate some dialogue with, because it would need to be a joint effort.
Well, our team will reach out to you. We'll make sure you have all the right contacts. But on your early comments about fire and federal and state, I've been with your Governor Brad Little, and he's shown me the Idaho Fire app on his phone, and he's showing me that I think it was last summer I was with him in July, and there was dozens of fires burning on federal land and 0 on state land. And so some of this is resource. We were talking earlier about head count and bodies, but some of it's also strategy, and some of it's also early detection. We need to outfit people with better equipment and tools, whether it's infrared, satellite, et cetera. Our military's got capabilities that we're not getting all the way down to our state and local and firefighters. The Boise National Interagency Fire Center is an example of where we've got some good collaboration, but we can do much better than that across the 5 federal firefighting agencies. And so I would look forward to working with you. I'm optimistic on this, but obviously the local people are key. Particularly they can be key to that first early response. We put out fires when they start as opposed to after they're large. There's a math issue. I mean, as a fire grows geometrically, that diameter gets to be a bigger and bigger front that you have to fire. You need more and more people. And so getting on these things, getting them out early. Decisions about aircraft is key. In North Dakota, we had last fall when I was still governor, we had a 124,000 acre wildland fire. It was started out small. We called for federal air support on Saturday morning at 6 a.m. I had our Blackhawks up. They were out with their buckets dropping 6,000 pounds of water. We were on it right away, but the wind was blowing. We weren't able to stop it.
Mr. Secretary, to that end.
But as I say, we called for federal air support, and it showed up on Saturday morning. It showed up on Tuesday. And so we know that we can do a better job on deployment of the assets we have.
Thank you, and I'm just about out of time, and I brought up another critical question on this wildfire agency potentially that we're dealing with. Same type of concern. We are concerned that the state will lose any kind of influence at all, and that's our effective management source right now. Can you at least share with this new agency that the state would maintain some control in that?
Absolutely. Idaho, Alaska, we've got a lot of great examples where the state's doing a fantastic job. We can learn from the states as opposed to try to tell the states what to do.
Thank you. I'll be reaching out on the other topics, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here, and I'd like to continue on this line of discussion. I represent Oregon's 4th Congressional District, so the central and south coast of Oregon, and just over half of my district is federal lands. And Oregon's unique in that we have a checkerboard pattern of forest land ownership because of a history of parcels owned by the Oregon and California railroads. And so we have Forest Service, BLM, state, private, and tribal ownership all in this checkerboard pattern with all very different forest management practices. So public lands management, including public access to our lands, forest stewardship, fish and species management, and at this time, the most critical issue is wildfire prevention and management. And we can disagree on the cause, but the fact is that Western Oregon has become hotter and drier, and there's a greater danger of urban conflagrations that are putting my constituents' lives at risk. And these are facts I'd love to work with you on and address those issues. The other issues that we know, and there are issues with FEMA, no doubt, but it's being gutted, and our states can no longer count on the federal government to come in and provide the needed capacity and expertise during natural disasters. And it's concerning given the scale and frequency of major national disasters. I mean, we had 1 million acres burn in 2020 in Oregon, so it's a little terrifying. I'd like to ask you about the administration's plan to transfer the fire responsibilities to the new consolidated Interior Department, and specifically, what I don't want to see is something broken before we have a plan to put something new together. So, briefly.
Yes, the proposal that's in this budget would give us this year to work on plans integration with state, tribal, all the different agencies, because we've got U.S. Fish and Wildlife, national parks, BLM, in addition to U.S. Forest Service, all have these federal agencies. So we'd have an opportunity to get input from all of those entities this year, with the idea that when we go into next year's firefighting season, that we would have better coordination. But when we use the word, I know the words like move and transfer, but people will still be operating under their same brands, but we have to have unification around the.
So I just thank you. What I would like you to commit to, if you would, is to work in a bipartisan way to have those of us Democrats who represent public lands and forest lands at the table in a real and authentic way where we also have a voice.
Well, yeah, the fire doesn't know whether it's on a blue or red district, or whether it's on, it doesn't know whether it's on tribal or BLM or federal, so it's. So,
and with that, I do want to talk about federal employees. Right now, we don't have the people to protect my district in fire season because of the haphazard gutting of the federal workforce. They fired people up and down the chain that maybe didn't have wildland firefighter in front of their name, but they actually get pulled in to do that work or do the support work. And now they're being begged to come back. And why would they come back to a place where literally Russell Vought has said he wants federal workers to feel traumatized? When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they increasingly are viewed as villains. We want their funding to be shut down. We want them put in trauma. We had funding freezes for our private partners that are doing the work in both prevention and firefighting. They just immediately closed down our Job Corps, where we had these young, troubled youths that were getting job skills out in the woods, doing fuels reduction, and they're not doing that work anymore. I'm all for creating efficiencies in government, but you need people to do the job, specifically in the mid-level incident command centers. So I just want to say you have to treat workers well in order for them to show up. And I don't want to privatize our federal workforce, but we have issues in contracting. I've talked to Senator Sheehy, and specifically, we had 200 unable to fill calls last year in Oregon because of the system that we use, trying to get people that are the cheapest as opposed to people that are the closest, and we lost land, we lost homes, and next time we'll lose lives. We need more efficiency. There are ways that we can do this, restoring regional local dispatching for all resources, relying on states, and you know, there are a number of things. I would love to work with you on that. As I said, I've talked to Senator Sheehy. There's a lot of things that we can do, but we have to ready, aim, fire, not just break it and then cross our fingers and hope that all of our forests don't burn. So thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. Huffman for request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter two recent articles from E&E News into the record regarding Secretary Burgum's balance sheet approach to American public lands. The first is from an energy conference in March where the Secretary criticized conservation of federal lands and waters, saying, and I quote, "These are assets." And the second reports that during a policy panel the same month, the Secretary said creditors would be wowed by the value of Interior's assets without mentioning any other values. So I request unanimous consent to enter that in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the United States Geological Survey's 2025 Mineral Commodities Survey, or MCS, which reported that the United States is more than 100% net import reliant on 12 different critical minerals, many of which are supplied by China. The MCS also highlighted in this report that we are 45% reliant on imports for copper and 48% for nickel, both of which we have vast reserves of in Minnesota's Duluth complex, which the Biden administration shut down. And I yield back.
Without objection. Also recognize myself to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a study by it's a Cato policy analysis from March 11th, 2025 that shows that the renewable energy subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act could cost $4.677 trillion by 2050. That's not million, that's not billion, that's trillion by 2050. Without objection, so ordered. We're now going to take a brief recess, and the goal is to reconvene at approximately 12:10 p.m. The committee's in recess. Hearing will come to order. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Thanks for serving. It's great to have someone of your ability and experience to serve in that capacity. Also, I want to thank your agency for stepping up and taking care of the wolf that was endangering children waiting for a school bus in Southern Oregon in my district. We deeply appreciate that. That was something that needed to be done, and we're very happy that your agency took care of it. Also, contrary to much of what we've heard today from the other side of the aisle about reductions in force, I actually went to the Forest Service and BLM in my district just 2 weeks ago, and I specifically said, do you have enough people to do the job? And if you don't, you tell me right now. And their response was, we have the staff. We're comfortable with where we are. So I'll continue those kinds of visits into next week as I go across my 70,000 square mile district, because of course the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service are terrifically important to us. And before I ask you about this next document, Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer or ask the unanimous consent for inclusion in the record this briefing memorandum for the Secretary dated May 14th, 2025 on the Klamath Updated Analysis of Endangered Species Act obligations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, this is a memo that was created for your use, and it involves the Klamath River and Lake in my district, which has for many, many years been a huge challenge for just about everybody concerned in that space. And huge challenge in the sense that there's irrigators and there are tribes and there are folks concerned about salmon and about the suckerfish and many other things involved in that space, all important. We recently passed some legislation, bipartisan, I'm happy to say, that addressed responsibility or not for the maintenance of the 2 remaining dams on the Klamath. There were 6, 4 have been removed, and 2 remain important structures. And that bill was signed by President Biden in early January of this year. This memo walks through and explains the circumstance now that as a result of language contained in that bill. And I just want to read one paragraph into the record here. Read together, these statutory provisions and enactment of the Act itself support the conclusion of the stored water analysis. The United States has a general trust obligation to the downstream tribes, but a specific duty to operate the project to provide water to the project irrigators in accordance with their water rights and contracts. The United States meets these trust obligations by providing natural flow to downstream tribes, while stored water is reserved for the use by the project irrigators. Stored water for the use of the project irrigators. The water is stored in Klamath Lake, has been for years. The project irrigators enjoy a water right of about 500,000 acre feet. And I'm just emphasizing the fact that this memo from your staff to you says that this is how this is going to be managed. It's extraordinarily important to the Klamath irrigators, and I'm so happy to have some legislation now that supports this approach. And I'm asking for your support in making sure that this is what happens.
Yeah, yes, sir, you have our support.
Thank you so very much. Turning our attention to something that also happens in my district, and again, my district is 70,000 square miles, so it's a large space. A portion of it's immediately adjacent to Nevada, and right across the border in Oregon is a proposed uranium mine and also a proposed lithium mine. Some have said the lithium deposit's the biggest one, certainly in the United States. What's happening, though, are state agencies such as Oregon's Fish and Wildlife Agency is using the ESA as an opportunity to extort tens of millions of dollars in return for its agreement that these activities can get appropriately permitted. And this is not right. This is not legal. It's wrong. And I'm just calling it out to you, Mr. Secretary, and asking for your help in heading off what I see as an abuse and a delaying tactic against activities that we absolutely have to have happen. Do I have your support in trying to figure out how to head off this type of extortionary activity by state agencies?
Yes, happy to work with you on that. And of course, this is part of national security. You mentioned uranium, but to one of our longest form, cleanest energy, nuclear, we are importing enriched uranium from Russia to run our existing 93 electrical plants in this country because we've cut off mining in this country. And that's something that this administration is determined to make sure we've got secure supply chains to run our power grid and to support our military and support our industries.
Thank you so much. Look forward to working with you on that. And again, thank you for your service. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Min, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Secretary, thank you for appearing here today. Now, in addition to being Secretary of the Interior, you also serve as Chair of the National Energy Dominance Council, which was created to develop a national energy dominance strategy to produce more energy, including by enhancing private sector investments in energy and focusing on innovation. I assume you are aware that as of 2024, China has 887 gigawatts of solar energy capacity, more than 6 times what we have here in the United States, and 521 gigawatts of wind energy, more than 3 times what we have here. Yes or no?
Yeah, yes, I'm aware, and I'm also aware that
Thank you. That was a yes or no question. Reclaiming my time. And are you aware that wind and solar energy now account for 37% of the energy consumed by China? Yes or no?
Yes, and that
I'm reclaiming my time.
Coal
Now, the Trump
represents 60%
reclaiming my
of
time.
those.
The Trump administration is, I believe, rightfully concerned about unfair trade policies by the CCP, which has heavily subsidized key strategic industries they see as areas of future growth and national security, including semiconductors and steel. And I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions. Please just refrain to that. Limit yourself to that. Would it surprise you to know that China has invested heavily in the renewable energy sector, including massive subsidies for large-scale batteries, electric vehicles, wind power, and solar panels? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that in 2024, China accounted for 2/3 of the $2.1 trillion spent globally in subsidies for clean energy innovation?
It would not surprise me.
Thank you.
And it doesn't surprise me that they're also the world's largest polluter.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Do you think it's fair to say that China sees these as key sectors for future growth and for energy dominance? Again, yes or no, please.
63% of electricity comes from coal in China.
I
They added 94 gigawatts of coal last
Reclaiming
year.
my time. I think it's fairly clear that China and the rest of the world see renewable energy innovation as growth industries for the future.
China sees
I
all
didn't ask you
energy.
a question, Mr. Chair, reclaiming my time. And that we're currently in a competition with China over who will lead the way in this area. And as do many leading experts on national security, economics, and energy, who have described the battle over clean energy as critical for whether the United States or China will dominate the 21st century. One leading publication recently described the situation this way: the United States and China are in a contest for leadership of the industries of the future, including with respect to clean energy. However, while China is investing in renewables, the United States is poised to send up the white flag of surrender. Unless amended, the House budget bill moving forward this week, which was then passed, would eviscerate the tax incentives for clean energy and EVs that were part of the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. If the House and Senate accept this language, this would be akin to unilateral disarmament, and China will be poised to dominate the commanding heights of the world's 21st century economy without even firing a shot. Again, yes or no question. Do you think it's consistent with national energy dominance for the United States to surrender the global clean energy market to China?
I disagree with the premise of all your arguments.
Do you support ending and eliminating the clean energy tax credits created and enhanced by the Inflation Reduction Act? Yes or no?
Yeah, I support the ending of them.
Okay, I want to switch. I would disagree with that, but I'll switch up topics a little bit. When we talk about subsidizing industries and sectors, something that IRA tried to do a little bit, do you think we should be subsidizing industries like horse farms? Yes or no? Wood-burning stoves? Yes or no?
I missed the second one.
Wood-burning stoves, horse farms, should we be subsidizing them? Would you agree that as a general rule, we should be looking to nurture and foster innovation and future technologies and not technologies of the past? Yes or no?
Well, innovation has always been the source of American greatness.
I agree with that. And I represent a district that has a lot of innovation. And yet I would submit to you that you and the Trump administration are looking to heavily subsidize oil, gas, and coal production while surrendering energy dominance in clean energy markets to China. And that is the opposite of investing in innovation. It's investing in past technologies. We can invest in horse and buggies. We can invest in wood burning. We could invest in coal and oil, but these are technologies of the past. Now, I know you're going to disagree with that premise, but I think that's very clear. China sees clean energy as being the markets of the future. Europe sees that. Most national security experts and energy experts agree with that. And so with that, I'll switch over to a different topic that was addressed a little bit by some of my colleagues before. But I also represent a district that is very vulnerable to wildfire. And unlike the Congress member that spoke before, when I talk to my federal employees, whether it's the National Park Service or U.S. Forest Service, they've consistently told me they don't have enough personnel. And so I'm going to ask you again, are you aware of how many red card employees that are tasked and licensed and trained to address wildfires have been let go during your time in the Interior?
If anyone's gone, they took early retirement. There's been no firings of wildland firefighters.
Do you know what level red card employees we had when you started and how many we have today?
We're certainly going to get that information and happy to provide it to you.
All right. I yield back.
Gentlemen's time's expired.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to submit 3 articles into the record. The first is titled Rollback of the Inflation Reduction Act would surrender economic primacy to China. The second is called Job Creation Estimates through Proposed Inflation Reduction Act. And the third is Clean Investment Monitor, tallying the 2-year impact of the Inflation Reduction Act.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter this recent reporting from the energy journal Clean Technica showing that in 2024, just last year, 92.5% of all new power capacity on grids worldwide came from renewable energy sources.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. I appreciate your service to our country. I kind of want to take you on a little bit of a journey. I like to tell people who I am, what I've been seeing, and then I got a quick question for you. But I grew up in rural Georgia. I grew up under a log truck. My parents, we hauled logs for a living, so I've been in the woods for a long time. And I have seen what devastation has happened, especially at our national forest, with the cutting off of the timber sales, or not selling sizable enough timber lots that you can make money at it to go in and cut it. And as a matter of fact, I just got through cutting a tree on my property from the beetles that have infested our national forest and our country. And not to mention the fire hazard that where we don't maintain and manage our forest. But what I've been seeing, and I've only been up here for 2 years. This is my second term. But I sat on this committee during the 118th Congress, and I went to Minnesota. I saw some of the people that know how to mine better than anybody. They set the standard for mining. But they have been fighting for 20 years to get a permit to mine. I've been offshore on the Gulf of America. I've seen that we have oil companies, and they're going to move those rigs. We had witnesses sitting right there that said, no, we've not issued any leases, offshore leases. We're not going to issue them this year, and if Biden gets reelected, we're not going to issue them anymore. I visited with an LNG company that was trying to export LNG. We got more than we could ever use. Couldn't get a permit. Indian Affairs, witnesses right there talking about how bad the buildings were dilapidated. And we're trying to educate Indian children in them. Weren't even fit for occupancy. A Navajo tribe sitting right there in your seat saying how they wanted to mine. They know how to mine. It's the land that we pushed them on. No, they couldn't get a permit to do that. And the funny thing is, I just left a meeting. I had a quick meeting, and I swear this comes up more, because I also serve as a chairman on the subcommittee for Water Resource and Environment over at TNI. U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Now, this town has been waiting on a boat ramp permit for 5 years. One permit is all they need from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So, sir, you took on a job and you got a heck of a task in front of you. That's not what I wanted to focus on. About 20 minutes from my house is a plant called Plant Shear. It's coal-fired, electricity burning. Unlike my colleague that just spoke, I happen to think that America is the best country in the world. We are the best. We ought to be first. If he likes China, there's airlines that'll get him over there. But I want to talk to you about the big, beautiful coal, clean coal industry, especially because in my district, AI is huge. And we need the electricity. It's coming, and we want to make sure that we're prepared for it. Can you explain the importance of the coal industry that we get domestically, and can you help explain how working to cut these needless red tape that's been restricting the domestic coal industry for years and how we need to get rid of them?
Happy to do that, Representative, but beautiful, clean American coal provides an essential component to our base load today. There's been a concentrated effort going past previous administrations to try to shut down that industry. When you shut down that industry, multiple bad things happen. One is we destabilize the grid because we don't have enough base load to accommodate all the subsidies that we put towards the intermittent. That creates instability in the grid, puts the whole country at risk. There's two kinds of coal. There's thermal coal, which we burn for electricity, but there's also metallurgical coal. And there was an effort to shut down metallurgical coal. We know that we need to have things for our military, shipbuilding, steel, reshoring manufacturing. You can't build steel without coke. Coke comes from metallurgical coal. And then the third thing is critical minerals. We've talked about today in this committee about how we're in a precarious position where we've allowed China to have a stranglehold on critical minerals. You know, in the coal we have in this country, whether it's in your state or out west, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, in that coal, there's massive amounts of these critical minerals that we can extract at the same time that we're going through the process to create electricity. And so it's a triple win for the U.S. And again, if people are concerned about emissions, if there's a coal plant running in this country, it's among the cleanest in the world. They've taken care of all the emissions in North Dakota. You can take the CO2 out, inject it. And by the way, China built 94 gigawatts of coal last year, 30 nuclear plants, and a bunch of hydro. They're not just doing renewables, they're doing all the above energy because including coal. I mean, 94 gigawatts. Denver's 1 gigawatt. They built 94 Denver's worth of coal electricity last year, and it's not the clean plants we're building, but they did it because they want to win the AI arms race. They know they need electricity to do that.
Amen. And that plant that I was talking to you about, they've got 4 units, only 3 are running right now because a power company bent to the Green New Deal and shuttered that 4th one down. And that was the cheapest form of electricity that they were making.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I have an inquiry. I want to give the gentleman from Georgia an opportunity to withdraw or clarify or apologize, but he very clearly characterized the state of mind of one of my colleagues from Southern California, saying that he believes China is the greatest country, not the United States. That really is over the line. And I don't want to have to take down words. I don't want to go there, but I want to give the gentleman a chance to withdraw what clearly was an impugning of character and an improper accusation about another member's state of mind. And if he doesn't want to do that, I would ask that his words be taken down.
Is that a request?
Well, I'm going to give the gentleman the opportunity, the courtesy, certainly.
I was making a statement. I wasn't accusing him, and I said that America was the best country.
You said what he thinks. That is not okay.
Okay.
Is that?
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan. Ms. Dingle, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Burgum, it's good to see you here. Thank you for testifying before this committee today. I know it's your favorite and best experience so far in Washington. I have many concerns regarding the administration's proposed budget, to be really honest. And that's what I want to discuss today. As a representative from the state of Michigan, the Great Lakes are one of my top priorities. I also co-chair the Great Lakes Task Force, and your agency plays an important role in protecting their well-being. They're more than 20% of the fresh water in the world. The United States Geological Survey Ecosystem Mission Area, which is an agency within DOI, plays a major role in supporting the Great Lakes region's environmental research. It provides science and data that helps inform conservation, management, and restoration efforts across the entire region. My district is home to the USGS Great Lakes Science Center. Their work directly supports the Great Lakes fisheries that supports thousands of jobs and provides recreational, economic, and cultural benefits to millions of Americans every year. And as you may know, the Great Lakes remain very vulnerable to invasive species. USGS scientists are at the forefront of protecting the Great Lakes ecosystem from invasive species like the sea lamprey through cutting-edge research, development, and application of control technologies that are both environmentally effective and economically responsible. We got to keep supporting this program. And I'm deeply concerned about the devastating budget cuts that we have seen. So first, I'd like to ask you, have you or your staff reviewed how you've eliminated funds or almost devastated them, honestly, for the USGS ecosystems mission area, which will impact $5.1 billion of Great Lakes the fishing industry?
In the short time that we've had, Representative, we've tried to dig in, and as I shared earlier, there's a lot of programs that have a lot of merit that still, fell under the action of trying to get within the budget guidelines that we were given. So it is something we'll continue to review. Obviously, there's the Great Lakes, as you say, are of utmost importance, and that clean water resource is a huge asset.
This is really important. I mean, people don't understand it. I'm not saying you don't. I'm begging you, please dig into it. Mr. Secretary, stakeholders in my district say that these cuts will close facilities extremely important to the Great Lakes Sea Lamprey Control Program, one of the ugliest creatures you've ever seen. How do you expect the control program to move forward in the face of these cuts? How do we make sure we don't see them coming back, we get rid of them?
I'm going to ask our team to make sure we do a double click down on the lamprey control, because that's obviously something we don't want to.
I need you to do that. Yep. And then, Mr. Secretary, DOGE listed the USGS Lake Ontario Biological Station for a lease cancellation, even though its current location is best suited for its specialized mission. The current location houses their specialized laboratory, provides access to their large research vessel, and can store small vessels without portaging them. Have you or your staff, I suspect I know the answer, but I need you to do this, looked into this lease cancellation? And have you done anything to remove it from the DOGE listing? Can you work with me? Can we get a commitment to, when we build this business case and you see you're right, to prevent this lease cancellation, given the importance of this station?
As we look for opportunities to save money on real estate, we're going to go through that whole list. That was a suggested list, but when we have something like a laboratory where people actually come to work and do work, it's more likely to survive than if we've just got office space that nobody's using because they're working remotely.
And it was strategically located. I mean, it's really critical to the work that it's doing. So, and we want to do it before they cancel the lease. So will you please, thank you, work with us? I've only got 38 seconds, so I'm going to do more questions for the record. But we obviously all care, both sides, about the National Wildlife Refuge System. You know, I welcome the fact that in your written testimony, you say that you want to expand public access to more than 870,000 acres of refuge, and yet they've got serious cuts for both deferred maintenance and staffing. So I'm going to ask you some questions about that as well. The Wildlife Refuge System was very important to somebody you had met, and I know. We got to make sure we're protecting them. And with that, I will yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Young lady yields back.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, the chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Wahlberg. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the Wildlife Refuge as well, and use it. You've had your time. That's my last comments. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. Last time I saw you and your wife was in Jackson, Michigan, on other issues, but I'm delighted you'll be involved with key issues that affect the Great Lakes, big time. I have both the southern portion of Lake Michigan and most of Lake Erie also in my district, from sea to shining sea. Lots of fresh water, so it's very important to me. We need to keep a healthy fishery that's there, tourism industry that goes on. It's worth about $5.1 billion in economic benefit, plus it's just good stewardship. The first issue I want to discuss with you is the importance of keeping invasive carp out of the Great Lakes. Asian carp have been found just 47 miles away from Lake Michigan. If they were to spread into the lakes, it would be devastating to the fishery as well as recreational experience, because these big carp can cause serious injuries to boaters, to skiers, fishers as well in the lake. As you know, President Trump recently signed a memorandum to prevent the migration of invasive carp into the Great Lakes, and I applaud the President's for swift action. The order tasks the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to prioritize the research and management for the prevention, removal, and control of invasive carp and other aquatic species in the Great Lakes. Question that I have, do I have your commitment that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will work to carry out the President's directive?
Absolutely, sir.
Music to my ears. And I fully expected that, so thank you. I often hear from anglers in my district about the imbalance that is impacting the fishery. Cormorants, and I hope that name will resonate strongly. Cormorants, a protected migratory bird whose numbers are increasing and populations are robust and healthy, so much so that they are negatively impacting stocking and natural reproduction of many of the species our harbor economies depend on. I'll be fishing for walleye this coming Monday in Lake Erie, and it is robust. We want to keep it that way. Perch, also in Lake Erie, the fishery is great, but the cormorants, the tonnage literally of fish that they are taking without the ability to control their population. Canada does. They shoot them just across the line from the United States. But we are prohibited from dealing with the cormorants and really, I think, being good stewards of that population. It not only affects the Great Lakes, but also threatens steelhead and salmon in the Columbia River Basin. While some progress has been made in hatcheries, there's still no effective solution for protecting free-swimming fish. And because cormorants are protected under the MBTA, any solution must involve the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So, Mr. Secretary, can I get your commitment to direct your Fish and Wildlife Service to work cooperatively with state fish and wildlife agencies? And if they find any problem with Michigan state wildlife entities, I'd like to know about that, to develop an effective solution to address the cormorant depredation on free-swimming fish, including lakes, ponds, and rivers.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to extend the invitation for you to visit Michigan's 5th District, which touches, what's district you're, the 6th now? It all changes. To see firsthand the challenges and opportunities that we're facing, and our staff would be delighted to try to work that out with your staff.
Great, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hi, Mr. Secretary. It's a pleasure to meet you and to have you here. So as Puerto Rico's representative, I value the unique and enduring relationship that Puerto Rico has with the United States. The U.S., I believe, must follow through on its commitments and obligations, whether those commitments are grounded in law and mutual consent, as they are in Puerto Rico's Commonwealth relationship, or in treaty obligations, like they are in the freely associated states. The Department of Interior manages the federal government's relationships with the free associated states and 4 U.S. territories. Notably, it does not exercise the same authority over the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, which has a greater extent of autonomy and self-government. As we review the department's budget and its allocations to the territories and freely associated states, I'm interested in what this tells us about how the federal government sees its responsibilities across these jurisdictions. So my first question would be, from the department's standpoint, are the freely associated states sovereign and independent nations?
Yes, that's why they're called freely associated states. But of course, we have a strong relationship and we have commitments to work with them.
Thank you. Citizens born in the freely associated states are not U.S. citizens. Would the department be open to exploring under future compacts extending birthright U.S. citizenship to the people of the freely associated states as it currently exists in, for example, Puerto Rico?
I think this is would be on a case-by-case basis. I couldn't make a broad generalization, but certainly we have a interest in building a stronger relationship as we can with the freely associated states.
So you wouldn't reject the possibility that in the future, a freely associated state could have birthright U.S. citizenship?
I would not reject that personally, but I can't speak on behalf of the entire administration on that.
Is this something you've discussed in the context of Greenland?
I have not had any discussions about that birthright citizenship related to Greenland.
Have you had any discussions regarding the acquisition of Greenland and putting it under the jurisdiction of the Department of the Interior?
The discussions that have occurred in public about Greenland have suggested that one framework, if Greenland were to choose to be part of the United States, that the obvious step for them to become a territory at some point would be to start as a freely associated state. And so that is an existing framework that's been mentioned, but I've not been a part of any high-level discussions about implementation of that idea.
Got it. And now switching over to the 4 territories under the department's jurisdiction. The Organic Acts governing the relationship between the U.S. and these territories have not been revised in decades. Would the department support a process with the territory's consent to update these Organic Acts?
I think there's an opportunity to learn from experience, and I think that the dialogue about how to improve those relationships would be beneficial. These territories and the freely associated states all represent an opportunity to help increase national security, particularly those partners that in the Pacific, where, of course, we had American soldiers and sailors fought, died as part of that, and now we're in a position, in some cases, it feels like that we've got encroachments from China around those territories and freely associated states, and I think it's important that under this administration we pay more attention to those relationships.
And could future revisions of those Organic Acts, or in the case of the Mariana Islands, the covenants, would you value the mutual consent of the territories and Congress in developing these new Organic Acts?
Yeah, absolutely.
And beyond national security concerns, would you be open to exploring the possibility of expanding their self-government to the largest extent possible within the U.S. framework?
Again, I think that would be part of the dialogue. I don't know. I wouldn't. As I was as governor, I never agreed to a bill that I hadn't actually read. So hypothetically, I think it's great to have that conversation. But
and I think it's good to have this conversation because we've talked a lot about autonomy and sovereignty, and let's focus on function, right? If we can make these territories as functionally sovereign as possible while still remaining under U.S. jurisdiction, if that's their will, which I think it is, we should be open to exploring that. Since I'm almost out of time, I'd just like to quickly state that DOI has previously supported climate change planning in Puerto Rico and other insular areas through funding provided by the IRA. Unfortunately, that funding has now been indefinitely paused, so I hope that you and the department can help ensure that Puerto Rico and other insular areas are prepared for the next climate-driven disasters. Thank you.
Gentlemen's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, first I want to thank you for your responsiveness to my community's concerns over the situation at Yosemite. Relaxing the reservation system was a good first step. Ultimately, I think we need to restore full public access to the public lands. As you know, Yosemite was originally set aside for, quote, public use, resort, and recreation. But over the past several decades, that attitude's changed to what can best be described as look but don't touch. The attitude of the last 2 superintendents was entirely dismissive, indeed I would say contemptuous of the public and of the gateway communities. Now that we've got a vacancy in the superintendent's office and in the NPS director's office and a new administration, I think we have a priceless opportunity to restore the original vision for the park and for the park system. You know, for example, Yosemite continues to have roughly only half the rooms, half the campsites, and half the parking spaces as it had prior to the 1997 flood. Money was appropriated to restore these facilities, but they never were. And about 10 years ago, the Merced River Plan was used as an excuse to remove additional amenities for visitors. Overcrowding in the park can be solved either by further restrictions on access, which is the bureaucracy's preference, or by expanding capacity and expediting guest processing at the gates and encouraging visitation beyond the valley itself to other features within the park, which is the preference of the gateway communities and, dare I say it, of all the visitors. And on my first visit with the management 14 years ago, I noted a placard in the conference room that read, is it the right thing for the park? And I said, that's exactly the wrong question. The right question is it the right thing for the park's visitors? And that's the central problem, as I see it, in the attitude of the NPS bureaucracy nationwide. And I, for one, would like to see a new NPS director and a new Yosemite superintendent that are not wedded to the bureaucracy, but rather have hospitality experience in the national parks and who'll take the side of the visitors and not the bureaucrats. So I wanted to get your thoughts on the record and put it bluntly, whose side are you on?
Well, I want to say, again, appreciated the opportunity that we had to speak earlier and appreciate your comments that you just made right now. One takeaway from our earlier conversation, when I'm visiting a national park now, I've requested at each park that I have an opportunity to have a separate visit with Gateway community leaders to understand their perspective of how we, the Park Service, are operating as a neighbor, how we can work more collaboratively, how we can help the business opportunities there, and how decisions that we might make, reservation systems, lodging, et cetera, would have impacts on that. So,
and by the way, I can say that my Gateway community say that that's a breath of fresh air. Thank you again for that.
And I look for I look forward to visiting Yosemite with you and meeting with the Gateway community leaders there. So looking forward to that.
With respect to the attitude of the Park Service, orienting back to hospitality as its principal function, what can we do in that regard?
Well, I think there's lots of things we can do to preserve these, last best places. But as you say, we can still do the things that we need to do to create a more positive visitor experience. One of the things that we're looking closely at is I think we're way undercharging as a nation for international visitors. We've done a study of what gets charged when you if you're going to go see the gorillas in Rwanda, if you're going to go to the Galapagos Islands, it's $500 a day or higher in some of these locations, and we'll take.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure we want to discourage international visitors from visiting our parks either, but we need to be sure that their capacity can accommodate those who want to come, and that the park staff is oriented toward the visitor experience first and foremost.
Right, but there could be $1 billion revenue opportunity without discouraging visitors, international visitors, particularly if they're coming here as part of a tour. Yosemite is one of the places they want to see, and in some cases on these bus tours, we're charging them less than we're charging an American family. And that revenue, if it could be redirected back towards deferred maintenance, staffing, a number of things that we can do, that would be fantastic.
Well, and contracting out of a lot of services, getting back to the discussion you had earlier about doing more efficiently, that's critically important. I looked at all the brouhaha over staff cuts at Yosemite. It turns out it was 10 probationary positions out of more than 500, and you're actually increasing the summertime staff by 30 part-time positions. They complained, well, you're getting rid of the locksmith. So, well, wait a second. The concessionaire has our own management department, and there's a locksmith within 20 minutes of every one of the gateways to the Yosemite National Park. Why aren't you contracting that out? Why are you hiring a park ranger, putting park rangers in position where they have to be cleaning restrooms? Why don't you get a contract with a local janitorial service? They do a far better job at far lower cost. So anyway, thank you for those innovations.
Exactly, thank you.
Gentlemen, as time has expired, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for joining us today, Mr. Secretary. I want to focus on renewable energy. the fastest growing sector in our energy economy, and a key solution for cleaner, more reliable power that doesn't poison our air or overheat the planet. That is why it's alarming that the fiscal year budget 26 completely zeroes out funding for renewable energy programs at the Bureau of Land Management and Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. The BLM Renewable Energy Management Program is the very office responsible for siting and permitting solar and wind projects on public lands. No funding means no investment in a cleaner environment. And the justification, the budget in brief calls clean energy a green new scam and claims these technologies are too unreliable for Americans, despite the fact that wind and solar are affordable and the fastest growing sources of electricity in the US. So my question to you is offshore wind considered a legitimate part of the American energy dominance agenda?
It is not.
It's not. So is it being left behind in favor of fossil fuels?
It's not about any particular source. It's about the fact that and you talked about affordable, but the fact is that offshore wind is the most expensive all-in of any of the sources we have.
Thank you for confirming that it's not. That there is no legitimate plan to support offshore wind projects, but rather undermine ongoing projects, which I can talk about further in a few minutes. Moving on to my second question. As energy czar, you should be able to talk about all forms of energy. Can you provide an example of a currently operating offshore wind project and tell us about its impact in numbers, jobs created, homes powered?
The issue with offshore wind or onshore wind is that when the wind isn't blowing, we also need everything we had before. We need all the base load before. So any estimate that says that wind is cheaper would only be true if we were willing to
reclaiming my time. I asked you about any specific project that is going on that you are aware of, but you're not mentioning any. So let me tell you why offshore wind works, not in theory, but in practice. South Fork Wind, New York's first offshore wind farm, generates 132 megawatts of clean energy, powering 70,000 homes on Long Island, created nearly 1,000 jobs, creating new businesses and supporting training programs. My constituents are willing to pay $1 for clean electricity, job benefits, and protecting our climate, because climate change is an existential threat to my constituents and to our country and the world. Mr. Secretary, while families in New York and across the country are dealing with extreme weather, flooding, rising seas, deadly hurricanes, your department issued a stop work order on a fully permitted offshore wind project just off the coast of my home state, Empire Wind. Just this week, I heard from a local small business that lost a contract due to offshore wind delays. Real jobs and real livelihoods are on the line. Let me be clear, my constituents do not want more offshore oil rigs and Deepwater Horizon-style disaster. They want offshore wind and the good-paying union jobs that come with it. Sunset Park, which is it was part of my district for 3 decades, until recently, is home to the South Brooklyn Marine Terminal, which will serve as a staging and assembly site for offshore wind. The port will support 1,000 union construction jobs and 200 assembly jobs. I do not understand why we cannot have it all.
The highest electric rates in the country outside of Hawaii are in New England, and it has to do with the the policies. And I think that energy freedom, we're heading towards energy poverty if we keep choosing things. You mentioned 70,000 homes getting electricity. The 70,000 homes only have that when the wind is blowing. They also need all the fossil fuels, all of the base load, all of everything else to power those homes when the wind's not blowing. So we need two systems, not one. That's why it's expensive.
In conclusion, we have an administration that doesn't care about the health of our communities
time has expired.
as big companies pollute our land, air, and ocean. I
Gentlelady's
yield
time
back.
expired.
We do care about health. I'm sorry, there's over 2 million people die a year in the world because they don't have access to electricity. And any place where there's more electricity, humanity flourishes and health increases. The biggest increase in health lifespans we had in the United States was in the North Slope of Alaska after we had the economic development of being able to develop in that area. So it's just incorrect to say we don't care about health.
I ask your unanimous consent to submit to the record a study showing that in 2024, China began construction on 94.5 gigawatts of new coal-fired power plants. That's the highest level since 2015, without objection. So ordered. Also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from April 20th, 2024 from Reuters reporting that once again China missed its air quality goals. And to follow up with that, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from E+E Leader titled Air Quality Worsens Despite China's Renewable Energy Boom. This article reveals that despite gains in clean energy, air pollution metrics indicate a troubling trend. As of March 2025, 11 of 31 provincial capitals exceeded the national PM 2.5 annual standard, 35 milligrams per cubic meter, and I believe our standard in the United States is only 12 milligrams per cubic meter. Ozone concentrations in 11 capitals also exceeded national thresholds of 160 micrograms per cubic meter, with some cities topping 190 milligrams per cubic meter. So I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from The Guardian titled China's Emissions of Two Potent Greenhouse Gases Rise 78% in 1 decade. This article reveals that China is the dominant driver of tetrafluoromethane and hexafluoroethane release into the atmosphere globally. Also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from MIT News which states that China-based emissions of 3 potent climate-warming greenhouse gases spiked in the past decade. 2 studies pinpoint their likely industrial sources and mitigation opportunities. So I ask unanimous consent to resubmit into the record a chart published by the EPA showing emissions by country, showing that China is by far the world's largest emitter of greenhouse gases. And also, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record an article by BBC News highlighting that China emits more greenhouse gases than the entire developed world combined, emitting approximately 27% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. I don't care to emulate anything that China is doing. Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll see your unanimous request and raise 3 of my own if I could. I'll ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article from CNN highlighting that the Trump administration is forcing a coal plant to stay open, even though doing so will cost American consumers between $10 and $100 million with no benefit to grid reliability. Also, a UC request to enter the record this EIA report demonstrating that coal is driving the climate crisis, and an NIH public health study showing that coal-fired power plants are responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths over the past 20-plus years. And finally, this article from the Washington Post entitled, In Coal Country, Trump's Cuts to Health Programs Put Miners in Danger.
Can I ask for clarification on the NIH report on the coal plant?
An NIH public health study, yeah.
Was that looking at the coal plants that are being closed in the U.S. or the ones that are being built in China?
It's a backward look over the last 20-plus years at what has been done to public health. Yeah.
Without objection?
Thank you.
So ordered. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, first, I want to applaud you for the work that you've been doing since you've taken your position. The President has a bold vision to unleash American energy, protect our national security, promote access to vast natural resources, and most importantly, put America first. And I appreciate the crucial role that you're playing at this time. A main source of income of our federal government comes from fees, interest, and sales of the United States natural resources and the land that they sit on. As we saw under the Biden administration, not allowing access to these resources cost the federal government millions of dollars. Under President Trump's first administration, the Bureau of Land Management conducted 104 leases, bringing in $1.77 billion in revenue. Under the Biden administration, only 32 lease sales were conducted, bringing in only $345 million of federal revenue. Today, President Trump's 2026 budget requests $14.4 billion in current authority for DOI. It's not hard to see which administration did it correctly. My district is home is in Mississippi on the Gulf Coast, natural heritage area, and they have not received any funding for fiscal year 2025 with no clear timeline of disbursement to the National Park Service. These funds can boast 6 coastal counties and 45 coastal communities. Can you please provide us with an update when these funds will be released?
I'll ask my team to look into that specifically. This is part of an effort we were made to make sure that the funds were in line with the administrative priorities. We also were reviewing 36,000 contracts and grants. A record amount of grant dollars went out. Enormous amount of grant dollars went out between November 5th and January 20th. We're reviewing each of those as well. But thanks for flagging this. We'll take a look at it and get back to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, you recently launched the first step toward creating the 11th 5-year program for offshore leasing, signaling a long-term vision for American energy. How does a robust leasing schedule support predictability for investment, high-paying job, and our nation's goal of energy dominance?
Well, the companies that bid on these leases have to be willing to make a long-term commitment, as you know, and they have capital planning sessions. Part of what we have to do is have a predictable, a dependable cycle of when we're going to do lease sales so they can make a decision on how they want to deploy their capital. We want companies to deploy their capital developing energy resources here versus other places in the world. And the unpredictability or the illegally not even holding lease sales, like in states like in Wyoming, Montana, and North Dakota, where the Biden administration was the first administration since Harry Truman to not hold the lawfully required quarterly lease sales. We need to get back doing this, because the way we get capital flowing towards affordable, reliable energy is make sure that people can count on us as a partner to hold lease sales on a regular, predictable basis.
Thank you. I'm currently working on a bill text to codify President Trump's executive order titled Unleashing America's Offshore Critical Minerals and Resources to expedite prospecting and leasing for ocean minerals. Mr. Secretary, why is the EO important for Congress to pass into law, and how does expediting deep-sea mineral production help counter growing Chinese and Russian seabed activity in the Pacific?
Well, again, we mentioned here earlier that we're in a precarious position with China having a stranglehold on critical minerals. And of course, the seabed and with the new innovation, new technology is rich in some of these minerals, and not just here near the lower 48, but around American Samoa, one of our American territories where we control those territorial waters. China is operating on 3 sides of American Samoa. We've just recently begun the process to allow critical minerals work to occur around American Samoa. So these are part of American territory. We have to make sure that we're controlling these minerals and not China.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you directed BOEM to move forward with the lease sale 262 in the Gulf of America, a reversal from the previous administration delays. Can you walk us through how this lease sale not only enhances American energy security, but also generates critical revenue for our coastal communities, specifically with public infrastructure and coastal protection in the Mississippi and across the Gulf states?
The largest funder of coastal restoration is the U.S. oil and gas industry that operates in the Gulf, because the lease sale dollars, about 35% of those, I believe, goes back to coastal restoration. We're planning on having the first lease sale in December of 2025, get back on track for development in the Gulf of America.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I wasn't planning on this, but I just heard your exchange with Ms. Velasquez about offshore wind. I believe she and I may be the only people in this room who come from states that actually have it and have real experience with it. We know that when done properly, offshore wind can yield low costs for consumers, good American jobs. It's American-made energy that we don't import. And I just wanted to correct the record on a few things. You brought up the intermittency issue when you were having your exchange with her. Do you know what the capacity factor is of the South Fork wind farm that she responded to?
I'm not, I know that in...
It's 56%, which is the same as the average capacity factor for natural gas plants nationally. And in my state, Rhode Island, we have a development underway. Let me just level set here. The national retail rate for electricity is about 17 cents a kilowatt hour. We have an offshore wind development in Rhode Island right now that is contracted to deliver at 9.8 cents per kilowatt hour. So I would just caution everybody.
And do you understand why they can deliver at 9.6? It's because of the subsidies.
No, it's because Rhode Island is the Saudi Arabia of wind. What is right in North Dakota or West Virginia or anywhere else may not be the same as what is right in New York or Rhode Island. This is a big country that is geologically diverse. And so I just want to make that point, because when I hear you say things like we don't need any more intermittent sources of energy, that may be true in North Dakota where you're already at 40% renewables. But in a state like Rhode Island, where we've been less than 10%, that is clearly not the case. So look, I just want to make sure that we're operating off of a level set of facts here, and that when the administration is making decisions with regard to energy policy, the administration is taking into account that different factors may be different in different states. But let me get back to my prepared question. So it has been said correctly, I think, that national parks were the best idea that we ever had. I agree. Hundreds of millions of people visit national parks every year. So far, on your watch, 2,400 national park employees have been culled from the workforce. I heard you say earlier...
Not culled. If there's 2,400 people, they've taken they've made it a free choice to take an early retirement package.
This was the accelerated retirement plan that Elon Musk, a allegedly drug-addicted billionaire, came up with for the entire federal government. He clearly has no expertise in national park management, but I'll just take a step back here. What I heard you say that I agree with is that we shouldn't be focused just on inputs, how much money we spend, how many people are employed, but on outputs. I'm a former state treasurer. I agree with that. So I just want to ask about the outputs. How many parks have had to reduce their hours this year as a result of the decreased staffing? Do you have a figure on that?
Well, there's a secretary order out right now that none of them can reduce.
I'm not asking about the order. I'm asking about what's actually happened. Do you have data? Because we've heard number of examples. Saguaro National Park had to cut visitor center hours. Carlsbad Canyons had to cancel guided tours. The fluorescent fossil beds posted earlier that they were going to close Mondays and Tuesdays. So I understand that you don't want reduced hours, but have you been tracking the outcomes? Can we get that data?
We can, and I think right now that all of them are operating at their...
All right, well, I'd ask to see the actual data, the actual figures, so that we can judge. And same on, number of hours to get into the parks. We've heard about big delays at Yosemite and others. So I understand what you're saying about outcomes, but show us the outcomes, please, I would ask. Finally, the number one thing I hear from people is that the cost of living, including the cost of energy, is too high. In Rhode Island, currently, we get about 15% of our energy from Canada, more in the summer months. Does a 10% tax on Canadian energy make energy more affordable for consumers or less? The answer is more, clearly.
Well,
I don't
my
know why we
understanding,
would do that.
I'm quizzical because my understanding is there's no tariffs on Canadian energy coming in.
So the full 25% may not have been applied, but the baseline 10% is still in effect. Does cutting LIHEAP, as the president proposes in his budget, the low-income heat assistance program, that helps millions of people keep their homes heated in the winter. Does cutting LIHEAP make energy more affordable for consumers or less?
The biggest consumer of LIHEAP is the northeastern part of our country.
I'm
because-
aware, those are my constituents,
Right,
and they
but
will
the
freeze to
reason
death
why it's the
without
biggest,
LIHEAP.
the reason why it's the biggest consumer is because of the blocking of natural gas pipelines. 81% of the people in Maine heat their homes on heating
By the
oil.
way, taxing the energy that we import will not help with that. But I would just say again, if our common goal is to lower the cost of energy for consumers, we should not be blocking of renewable energy development, we should not be cutting LIHEAP, and we should not be taxing Canadian energy imports. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm not going to ask you gotcha questions and then insist that I'm not asking you them when I am. And I'm not going to put a monopoly man behind me for theatrics. What I will do is talk to you about hunting and fishing, because that's what the people that I represent back home care about. But one of the things that concerns me the most is that the people that have been in your department for the last 4 years, they've been making rules and creating regulations with no care for the opinion of hunters and fishermen. Are you committed to, and the Department of the Interior, to making sure that the voices of sportsmen and women are included when these decisions are being made?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Many of the folks that I represent are concerned with future federal rules that may affect land use that could limit hunting. How is the department making sure that hunting stays a central part of public land use now and for the next generations?
Our hunters, our sportsmen, our anglers are among the most fervent, both not just users, but also financially supporting conservation groups. Their voice matters, access matters, and our policies to expand access on public lands for hunting and fishing.
Yes, sir. In your confirmation hearing, you spoke about the essential role that the National Wild Turkey Federation and the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Ducks Unlimited, and many other groups play in preserving the outdoors. Can you describe specifically the work that the department is doing to partner with these groups that are so great for conservation?
Yeah, there are a number of those organizations and many more. Delta Waterfowl, you mentioned Ducks Unlimited, Pheasants Forever. All of these organizations are concerned about habitat and conservation, and it's one way to make a federal dollar go further is to partner with these private organizations who both know and care about that habitat.
Well, speaking of Delta Waterfowl, I served on the board, the state organization in North Carolina, and one of the things that they worked on was different things that different monitoring programs for waterfowl as they travel up and down the flyways. What, outside of just banding, which is common, what are other innovative ways that the department supports to track and monitor the number of different species of waterfowl that are making their way north and south?
Well, I think this is an important thing, and again, partnerships going on with partners like Delta. There's a lot of work that goes on every year on the spring breeding surveys in the flyway to make sure that we've got healthy populations. I think there's new advances in technology that are coming, but this is an important part of making sure that we've got the data to back up decisions.
Gotcha. Switching gears a little bit, there's one of the premier fishing tournaments in the world happening right now in North Carolina. And it's a blue marlin tournament called the Big Rock. And I've heard a lot from boat captains, guides, folks that are sport fishers, that they're having a massive problem off the coast of North Carolina with sharks. There's been historic success in fishing for tuna off the coast of North Carolina, and they now have a significant issue with not being able to sit and fish for tuna because they can't reel them in due to the sharks. Would you be committed to working with the boat captains in North Carolina to make sure that they're able to continue to fish for tuna?
Yes.
Great. I've got one last question for you, and it's on energy. We've heard a lot, and I just want to ask about how the price of energy goes up and down. Would overburdensome regulation that appeases a specific group of people that may or may not be based in reality, would that make the price of energy go up or down?
Well, burdensome regulations price go up, but broken markets where highly subsidized industries can price lower than their actual system cost, artificially lowers the price, but it doesn't lower the cost on consumers because taxpayers are still paying for the high cost of those quote renewable forms of electricity, because if they're intermittent, meaning they don't run when the wind blows, they don't run when the sun shines, then we need the entire other system, which we've been trying to shut down, to actually power the country. So we end up with a duplicative system.
Imagine that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, request unanimous consent to enter a few pages from the Interior Department's budget in brief. This is from President Trump's skinny budget proposal. Great to hear the stated commitment to hunters and anglers, but this budget document tells a very different story. Proposes $276 million slashed from LWCF, repurposed to deferred maintenance, and then taking the NAWCA, the North American Wetlands Conservation Act budget down from $49 million to zero. Request unanimous consent.
Without objection. Ask unanimous consent to submit into the record an article from Forbes. There seems to be some debate about the cost of renewable energy and the subsidies that go along with that. I think this article helps explain that. As the consumer sees their electric bill and it's not broken down by the source of fuel to put those electrons into their home or their business, but this study, which includes data from the Energy Information Administration, shows that, and this is pre-IRA, between 2010 and 2016, subsidies for solar were between 10 cents and 88 cents per kilowatt hour, and subsidies for wind were between 1.3 and 5.7 cents per kilowatt hour. Subsidies for coal, natural gas, and nuclear are all between 0.05 cents and 0.2 cents per kilowatt hour. And this was just subsidies from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. The author goes on to say here that solar gets the most state-funded subsidies, some which greatly exceed the federal subsidies. It says, in my own state of Washington, where electricity prices are 8 cents per kilowatt hour, the state pays me 54 cents for every kilowatt hour generated by my rooftop solar array, whether I use it or not. This has made my total electricity cost minus 7 cents per kilowatt hour over the past 2 years, and will be for the foreseeable future. So I think that gives some insight on what these renewable subsidies do for the real cost of electricity that gets blended in with all the electricity that gets put on the grid. Without objection, so ordered. Now I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I want to start out with talking about the Everglades. It's been a bipartisan project for many years. We saw both in President Biden's budget, $444 million, now in President Trump's budget, $446 million, so we're grateful for that request. I wanted to also point out the Northern Everglades, which flows through my area, as well as Representative Franklin, bipartisan areas of Florida, where the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes, Kissimmee River, and Shingle Creek form the headwaters of the Everglades. There are new U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects that have already been approved and are starting to move through that help water supply, ag, recreation. And so I'm hoping we can continue to get your support to both help the northern and southern Everglades in Florida, which is such an important part of our state.
Yeah, you have my commitment. I had an opportunity to keynote at the Everglades Trust dinner the other night, and of course they were celebrating the $446 million in President Trump's budget to help complete important water projects for the Everglades, and of course with 4 national parks in southern Florida. This is a key part, we're key partners in helping restore that ecosystem.
Another bipartisan tradition is a ban on oil drilling in Florida's Gulf Coast. We've seen major bipartisan support in bills. We've also seen both Biden and Trump historically protect the Florida Gulf Coast. Military training, tourism, recreation, wildlife. Should that continue to be the policy, can we count on your support to implement it to protect the Gulf Coast?
Yes, and we can protect the Gulf Coast, but I also want to be transparent that I think that on the earlier decisions by the Biden administration, that line was set 110 miles away from the Gulf Coast of Florida, and so I think that there's a way to protect the Gulf Coast completely, but I think that there's some review of where the line was drawn. Because it's excluding, potential opportunity for multiple use beyond that. But as you noted, that takes a discussion with the military and others. But I just wanted to be clear that I wasn't making promises that were not in line with where the administration may be considering opportunities.
I understand. I'm glad you mentioned the military. That is one of the big parts of it, along with protecting our wildlife and then tourism. I hear folks on this committee constantly talk about after hours that they're going to Florida, that they're enjoying the beaches there. We want to protect them for all Americans. I also want to talk about rare earth metals. You've started your career in technology. We see both in artificial intelligence and chips and electric vehicles that rare earth metals are very important. This last year, 20% of new cars were either hybrids or electric vehicles. And Florida, surprisingly for a lot of people, has the second most EVs, but also for AI, data storage, batteries. And there's only one large-scale rare earth mining project, Mountain Pass Mine in California. Mr. Secretary, what are you able to do to help domestically source more rare earth metals and secure these supply chains for the future?
Well, what you've brought up is a critical to our country. I think we're going to see in the days, weeks, and months ahead that this is going to take a national priority, because with China sort of flexing its muscle around the stranglehold it had on the rest of the world around rare earth minerals, it's a wake-up call to the rest of the allied nations that we have to develop secure supply chains, and Mountain Pass is the only one that's operating right now, and it's not just mining, but it's also the refining that we need to do in this country. So this is going to become an important effort of this administration to make sure that we protect our military, protect our industry, and protect our peace and security with our allies by making sure that we're not all dependent on an adversary.
And what areas are you looking at? Is there any particular projects that you're starting to work on that you're excited about that might be able to expand our rare earth metal capacity?
Well, we have lots. Rare earth minerals aren't rare in the sense that they're not available in the U.S. What became rare was actually mining, and even more rare was the refining of those materials. We have, even when we've got recycled things that are going on, like an MRI or other things, we're sending our recycled batteries to China to do the recycling. We're giving up what could be a source of supply for us.
And we'll talk with the EPA about that. I'm also on that committee, but is there any places you think have a lot of potential or areas that you're looking at?
Any place that we find other minerals, gold, uranium, graphite, many of these other base minerals that are not rare, in conjunction with many of those represent great potential. But we have a lot of, and as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of rare earth minerals that exist in coal, gallium, germanium, exist in very high quantities in our lignite coal in this country. So we've got plenty of it here. We just have to have the will and the policy to actually go get the mining and the processing done here versus having other countries do that.
Thanks, Neil. Yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Begich, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really looking forward to this last conversation. Could I request a 3-minute recess right now, and then I'll come back ready to go and dive in?
I understand.
Okay.
We're in recess for approximately 5 minutes. Order. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Begich, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Burgum, thank you for your leadership at Interior. Your predecessor, Secretary Holland, repeatedly ignored the unified communities of Alaska's North Slope and people across Alaska who want expanded, responsible resource development. Your leadership has already stood in stark contrast, and I appreciate your boots-on-the-ground approach to listen, learn, and accelerate the delivery of the mission of Interior with respect to the federal resources of the United States. Your approach to active management of the national balance sheet is something that I have long advocated for as well. We've had abysmal returns to the citizen shareholder, and Americans deserve better. So let me ask you some quick questions. Does U.S.-produced energy benefit the public?
Yes, absolutely.
Does U.S.-produced minerals benefit the public?
Yeah, absolutely.
It does. Does making land available for housing and infrastructure benefit the public?
Yes, when done appropriately.
Well, it is amazing, your responses are clear, how our national public balance sheet can be used to benefit the public, and I think we need to do more of it. With respect to clean energy, a typical electric vehicle requires about 90 pounds of nickel, 110 pounds of copper, 20 pounds of lithium, including manganese, graphite, aluminum, steel, and plastic, which comes from hydrocarbons. In fact, 500,000 pounds of material must be processed to deliver the materials for one electric vehicle. Yet some colleagues in the body seem to take every step possible to restrict mining in our nation. This is tremendous cognitive dissonance, and we hear from these folks that mining is dirty, but it's necessary in order to produce their so-called clean energy. So whether one supports traditional energy or so-called renewable energy, it seems clear drilling and mining is required. So with that as a backdrop, let me ask you this simple question. What role do you see Alaska's resource development playing in America's energy and economic future?
I think it plays an essential role. And under the prior administration, the Biden administration, there was 70 executive orders that restricted the development of resources in Alaska. And in doing so, they're really restricting the freedoms and the full potential of Alaskans, of people that live there, including the Native Alaskans and tribal communities. And so part of this is just giving Alaska an opportunity that every other state has to be able to develop the resources that they have the way a state that would be 98 or 99% private lands would.
That's pretty remarkable, and you're 100% right. Alaska has 49 of the 50 critical minerals on the critical minerals list in economic quantities. We have more estimated undiscovered oil and gas in the state of Alaska than any other state in the country. I recently returned with our chairman on a bipartisan delegation to Japan, to Korea, to Taiwan, and we heard universally that they would like to decouple from China's critical mineral supply chain and purchase U.S. energy. Is this something that you're hearing in your conversations internationally?
We're hearing it, and it's essential when you would even have something as small as these magnets where you can't, whether it's an F-35 or whether it's an EV car or whether it's a cell phone or a computer. I mean, the fact that we can't build anything in this country without dependency on adversaries puts us at tremendous risk.
Now, recently, we saw a move toward a potential rescission of the NPRA rule. There are many in Alaska, me included, who believe that the 2024 rule violated the statutory purpose of the National Petroleum Reserve and created unjustified barriers to investment. Can you speak to this proposal and why it's so important to unlocking the resources of the nation's petroleum reserve in Alaska?
Well, yes, the Petroleum Reserve was set up in 1923, and for the specific purpose of being that reserve. and we've barely tapped into it. We have an opportunity to, again, bring prosperity at home, peace abroad, because well, that's what happens when we sell energy to our friends and allies versus them buying it from our adversaries. And the Alaska Petroleum Reserve, development there supported nearly unanimously by the people that live there, because it's it's the asset that's helping them. It's touching their new hospital, their new schools. I mean, all the resources that they now have. But it's absolutely critical to our future. It's almost hard for people to understand. We re-inject 8 billion cubic feet of gas every day. It comes up with the oil, we re-inject it. With that pipeline, as we call the beautiful twin, but an LNG pipeline that would run along adjacent for the most part of the route with the Alaska pipeline, technological marvel built in 1976. By the way, 800-mile pipeline built in 28 months. 28 months. That was an era when America could do big things and great things, and that thing has worked flawlessly. It is an incredible asset, what that's done for our country and what it's done for Alaska. But we have an opportunity with LNG, and we've got Japan and South Korea, the Philippines, Taiwan, all of our Pacific allies where people fought, like my father did during World War II in the Navy, to free those nations. They all want to buy energy from us. Alaska's 8 days versus 28 days from a shipping standpoint. It's a secure supply line. It's a part of peace in the Pacific is going to run through Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's great to have you in this seat. We appreciate your leadership and your friendship to the state of Alaska. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlemen, as time has expired, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Secretary. It's wonderful to have you here today. We haven't had the opportunity to sit down, but I do hope that we do. And I'm grateful that you're here to talk about the administration's budget for 2026. And certainly I know personally, I have a lot of questions about the budget, but I want to use the majority of my time today to really drill down on one of the core mission areas of Interior, which is tribal affairs. And I know that as former governor of North Dakota, this is a area that you've worked on in the past. I know, at least from things I've read and things folks have told me, you're proud of your work that you've done with North Dakota's tribes. And I know that many of our tribal leaders were actually very optimistic when you were named as the secretary because of that background. And so I think it's within that context that the administration's handling of tribal affairs since January has been so, I'll just say, perplexing and frustrating. In New Mexico, we have 23 sovereign tribes, and I'm the vice chair of the bipartisan Native American caucus here in Congress that includes Mr. Cole and Sharice Davids as the chairs. And as I know you're aware, the issues that are affecting Indian country because of the administration is vast. And I'm literally hearing from tribal leaders every single day. And amongst the many, many things that folks are saying to me is that they feel like how the administration is approaching tribal affairs is not only broken, but feels like a betrayal. And among some of the issues that come up over and over again is the proposed cut in this budget of almost $1 billion for BIA and BIE, the mass firings and layoffs of staff at BIA that happened over the last few months, and of BIE, the firing of faculty at our 2 tribal schools, which I'm sure you're well aware of, the loss of over 800 employees at BIA and the proposed consolidation of the BIA regional offices, freezing of grants for tribes across the country. We had tribal leaders here just last week talking about they still have frozen grants. Threats to revoking critical protections for sacred places like Chaco Canyon, which I know BLM has reached out to our tribal leaders about. We have an executive order that was revoked on consultation policies. There's an executive order that proposes to turn BIE and tribal education into a school voucher program. We have a reconciliation bill here that the president's trying to push that would eviscerate Medicaid and food assistance to tribal communities, and just general chaos and fear. And you're a CEO, you come out of the business world. And so I respect that quite a lot. I grew up in a family of small businesses, And I'll just say this in a very honest way here, because I think it needs to be said, because many of our tribal leaders are afraid to say this directly because they don't want to have a bad relationship with the department, because they need to have a good relationship. What's happening at the department right now is not okay. It's impacting all 570 plus tribes, and they are in crisis right now, spending constant time trying to figure out how they're going to plan for their communities, how they're going to finish projects, what they're going to do if these budget cuts go through. They're in crisis. And when they try to reach out to your office, when they try to reach out to Indian Affairs, when they try to reach out to BIA regional staff, they're not hearing back from people. And part of why they're not hearing back from people is because a lot of people got fired, right? But also because there's a culture of fear inside of Department of Interior. And I know that there was a kind of shock and awe policy at the beginning of the administration to try to winnow out some of the staff. But because of the tribal trust responsibility, like, this can't continue. It's not sustainable for our tribal governments. So my ask to you in a very earnest way is that you will make space and create opportunities to meet with tribal leaders directly, honestly, and have these honest conversations, that you'll fight to try to reverse the budget cuts that are in this budget, because our tribes can't sustain $1 billion in cuts to BIA. They can't, and I know you know that. I know you know that. I mean, most of this is contracts that go directly to tribes. And to work to try to address these issues and ensure that there's real consultation with our tribes. And I'm short on time, but Mr. Burgum, can I get your commitment that you'll do that?
I would love to follow up with you. You've got some insights. Would like to start out with a meeting with you, but if there's an opportunity to meet with the bipartisan caucus to have a more in-depth discussion and listen to everything that you're hearing, I would look forward to that.
I would deeply appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, I'll just say very quickly, I'm a former OMBer. I was a career staffer at OMB in the Interior branch, and I know how that place works. And I know this budget was shoved down the throats of our agencies, and I hope you'll work with us to fix what's broken in it. So appreciate it. Thank you. I yield back.
Ladies, time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Burgum, for being with us. I had an opportunity a few weeks ago to share dinner with you, and after that dinner, listened to you for about an hour, and I was extremely impressed with your intelligence and capacity to handle the issues of the day. So thank you very much for being here, almost up to 4 hours, and I'm really sorry to take a few more minutes of your day and your life to answer some questions, but these are important questions. In fact, I'll just add to that and just say I have 5 interns with me right now, and I said, Doug Burgum's downstairs right now. You need to come and see Doug Burgum perform, because the man is intelligent and capable, and I'm really grateful that you're serving in the capacity that you are. You have other things that you could be doing, but thank you for your patriotic service to our country. As you know, 70% of Utah's lands are actually controlled by the federal government. That involves a requirement on a regular basis for us to interact with BLM, Interior, and others agencies that make it really hard for us, as I know as a governor you had to deal with this too, for us to develop and have local control over these vital lands. And so understanding that you're sympathetic to that, I'm really grateful that you and the administration are working to enhance our permitting process, that we're trying to move those things along so we can unleash our American energy dominance, which I'm really grateful for. I want to talk for a few moments about the Antiquities Act, which for ages has been abused by various administrations. And I have a quote from the original Antiquities Act that said, quote, "The smallest area compatible with the protection of the objects," unquote, is how it's supposed to be used. Instead, we have vast tracts of land. Bears Ears, for example, is 1.4 million acres. Hovenweep, which is nearby, is only 800 acres to protect vital antiquities associated with that. So I would like to know, when it comes to Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante monuments, what is an update that you can provide as to what the Trump administration is going to do regarding these monuments? Can you give me any kind of update or statement regarding that?
Well, I think you know that the Bears Ears and Escalante have been at the center of this debate about the ability for the presidential pen to both, create, and then can future presidents shrink or modify or not. And that legal battle is going on right now. But I I believe in following the law, and your particular quote that you cited from the 1906 Antiquities Act is the one that I view as the basis for this law, which is smallest possible acreage to protect the objects. There's other methodologies that we have, whether it's going through a longer process than just an executive order in the final days of an administration to say this area is going to become protected, it's going to become wilderness area, it's going to become part of federal lands. But the idea that we can just transform and change the land use on millions of acres, and if you look at when these monuments were created, if people don't think it's political, then look at the mass majority of them were created within the last weeks of administrations, starting in the late 1990s, and then that's when this whole trend began of this sort of broad interpretation of it. And then it's for a state like yours, creating a 1.4 million acre monument. Hey, do that in a state that's got 1% federal land. You do that in a state that's already got 69% federal land. You get a different reaction from the public and from the citizens and from the state government. So I think again, all of these decisions are also contextual with where they're at. So we're going to be taking a close look and working with the administration. Happy to work with you and others in these, particularly in the large public land states who are really impinged by these decisions.
Thank you for doing that. The reality is you say land use, and I know that many talk about land use, but many times these monument designations are land non-use at all. It's a museum piece. It's to forever be looked at, but never touched, never felt, never utilized on any level. And I'll just say the earth is, and I'm a family doctor, and doctoring means a lot to me, is our bodies and the earth are very similar. Our bodies are meant to be used. They're not museum pieces. We should use our bodies responsibly. We should not abuse them. And our land is the same way, is that land does better when it's used and managed, but when it's abused and mismanaged or neglected, in both cases, both entities suffer. Utah is one of the fastest growing states in the country. Another thing that I'm really eager to talk to you about for moments that I have is housing and the fact that we have federal land and we can't build anything on it, including necessary infrastructure or housing. Senator Mike Lee from the state of Utah has proposed the Houses Act, which contiguous land to localities that want to purchase at fair market value federal land so that they can use it for housing is, I think, a necessary policy that we could promulgate. What are your thoughts about federal land and the possibilities that we could use that to address our housing crisis in the West, which is a massive issue in many states?
I think in highland states, or in the high public land states, particularly Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Alaska, these are places where we have to look really hard at finding a solution. And we talked earlier today that where there was bipartisan legislation like the Southern Nevada Lands Act. Harry Reid drove that thing. It's been working. So there's models out there on how to get this thing done.
Thank you very much for your time. You've been great. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. We've talked a lot today about issues that are incredibly pressing: national parks, energy generation, public access. I want to lend my voice to many of those. But I'm going to first focus my time on the individuals who deliver those services for the American people and taxpayers. So it's my understanding that on February 14th, your department fired nearly 2,000 employees in critical positions, ranging from frontline park staff to scientists who prepare our public lands for extreme weather to employees who assist in addressing wildfires. Federal courts have since ordered agencies to reverse many of these wrongful terminations, and your department indicated in federal court filings last month that you had begun reinstating probationary employees. And just for the record, I want to state probationary simply means they were so brand new and eager in their public service, or they were so good at their public service they received a promotion. So first, can you tell this committee how many of these employees have been reinstated at Interior, and what employees who were fired in error have been rehired?
I believe that nearly everyone that was involved in that action has been extended an offer. I don't know specifically how many of them refused to return to their jobs, but we followed the court order to reinstate those jobs.
I'm glad to hear that. Could we possibly get that response in writing, those numbers in writing?
Yeah,
as soon
I'm
as
sure,
possible?
yep.
Thank you. And I completely appreciate that DOJ has a tendency to shoot first and aim second. So now that you have your feet under you as secretary, your busy season is just beginning. Can you give this committee any insight into your greatest personnel needs, and if you can commit to prioritizing those who have been fired in filling those greatest personnel needs?
Well, I think the place that we're focused on right now to want everybody to tell their constituents is that while we have added 6,100 summer staff, we still have some open recs for summer roles in the national parks. And so if anybody's looking to join the National Park Service for a summer temporary job, positions are still open.
We will share that with our constituents. Thank you. I want to move on to a program we haven't yet discussed today, which is the Historic Preservation Fund, something near and dear to my heart and my district. Congress appropriated $168 million in funding for the HPF this year, but we're 9 months into the fiscal year, and that money has yet to be released. It's frankly an unacceptable delay in funds that were bipartisanly appropriated by Congress, and it's resulted, as I'm sure you know, in states like Ohio and Arizona, either firing staff or, in one case, shuttering their historic preservation offices completely. In your Appropriations Committee hearing testimony, you said you're, quote, waiting on the apportionment to come out of OMB, yet OMB has recently told preservation advocates that the FY25 HPF is being held up by the White House for review. Can you give us any insight which office is holding that critical funding up?
I don't know exactly where it's held up, but we'll dig into that.
I appreciate that. We're entering almost the 250th anniversary of this country's founding, and so those funds are critical in telling all the stories of Americans. I do want to move on, or keep on the Historic Preservation Fund just for a minute. You said in front of House Appropriations that Interior is focused on streamlining our core business operations, which will result in improved efficiencies and lower costs for American taxpayers. But I'm sure you know that those historic preservation funds are not actually taxpayer dollars. They didn't come from my taxes. They come from offshore drilling lease revenues paid for by oil and gas companies. So where is that money going, or where is it sitting right now? We're talking about, again, $168 million that should be directed to HPF, and it's just sitting somewhere.
I don't want to say that you lost me a little bit on where the fund that the 168 came from.
It comes from oil and gas lease revenues, not from taxpayers.
And you're saying that's held up somewhere?
That's what entirely, my understanding, makes up historic preservation funds, is those lease revenues, not your and my taxpayer dollars.
Gotcha.
So I'm just curious where that $168 million is sitting right now.
I'll dig into that.
Okay, I would greatly appreciate, again, there's some urgency here. States are shutting down their offices. This is a federal-state partnership. And again, we're coming up on a critical deadline. I'm just going to close out, and I appreciate your willingness to prioritize the rehiring of folks who were fired. I represent 44,000 federal employees in my district in Maryland, some of whom are your employees as well. And I just, Mr. Chair, I'm very sincere about you prioritizing those when you are restructuring, when you are rehiring, to respect the civil servants who have given of themselves and their families to this nation. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crink, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Burgum, thank you for being here today, for your work, all the great work you're doing to unleash America's energy. Additionally, the broader work that the Trump administration is doing to improve efficiency, to cut red tape, to increase transparency in the federal government. I appreciate all of that. The Biden administration did not make revenues from wind and solar energy on federal lands publicly available, even as revenue data from other sources like oil, gas, coal, and geothermal were readily accessible. Would you support making sure that these intermittent energy revenues are made publicly available on DOI's Natural Resource Revenue Data website going forward?
Yes, would be happy to do that.
Great.
But there was also, under the Biden administration, discounts as much as 80% reductions on leases, preferential leases. So there was another form of subsidy for wind and solar, was that the United States actually forego revenue on the one hand on the leases because they were asked to reduce them by 80% at the same time we were subsidizing them over here. So more dollars into the high cost of renewables.
Yeah, and we talked about that in this committee. I'm glad to see that you're moving on that. a lease should be a lease. And we appreciate that, and we can get more revenue out of some of those as well. I absolutely agree with the statement that you made, map, baby, map, in support of mapping our resources. And the previous administration focused strongly on the 3-DEP program to almost completely map the topography and hydrology of the U.S., which I support. However, the Earth MRI program at USGS is severely behind. How's the department accelerating USGS mapping programs like Earth MRI to ensure that these initiatives support domestic mineral production?
Well, this is one of the areas that we want to accelerate and invest in, is because that's the core mission of USGS, is to understand that, make that data publicly available. And as we've talked about in this hearing about the need for us to understand where and how much we have in our nation in terms of critical and rare earth minerals. I met with the MRI folks, got a briefing on that when I was in Alaska. That's one of the places where we're doing the work. But again, our ability to do things like ground penetrating radar that help us understand. We're discovering new things that even in existing areas that we didn't know were there because of new technology. And our nation is probably even wealthier than we may have thought, but we got to get that information out to the private sector.
Well, and you and President Trump have been very clear through executive and secretarial orders about your intent to improve domestic mineral supply chains, to decouple our reliance on China and our other geopolitical adversaries from our economic and national security priorities. I'm a member of the House Armed Services Committee. That's very important to me. What are some of the efforts the Interior is undertaking to improve the efficiency and timeliness of the permitting process for responsible resource development projects that are on federal lands?
Well, we're taking a look at every aspect of it in terms of, how do we maintain or improve the quality but dramatically shorten the timelines on things like EAs and EISs. We also have got a transparency website for permitting that we're going to be posting shortly, where people will be able to go, and if they're interested in a project in your district, whatever, you could say, hey, here's the permit, here's how long it's taking, here's what office it's stuck in, here's the approval it needs. Even whenever there's been transparency applied to these processes, somehow miraculously they speed up. So it is I think, again, some sunshine on the permitting process will help us speed that. But in terms of the work that's happening at the National Energy Dominance Council, we have the whole periodic table up on the wall, and we can map it, tell you exactly which one of those China controls 100%, 95%, 80%, and we just have to build a national plan to say we're going to not allow that to happen. We've got to be in the game of not exporting it. And by the way, if people are concerned about mining and the quality on the environment, if you export it to China, China is doing this extraction sometimes with child labor, sometimes destroying entire environments in foreign countries. If you want rare earth mineral secure supply, but you also, if you get it from the U.S., it's going to be done cleaner, safer, smarter, more environmentally responsible than any place else in the world. Right now, this idea that we close our eyes, say that we're doing something green, and then ship all of that off to China, as the chairman submitted those articles, we're just putting our supply not only to an adversary, but to the world's largest polluter, providing us with, quote, these green products.
Thank you. And see how this works? I ask questions and I let you answer. It can work just that way, Mr. Secretary.
Very kind of you.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate the questions.
So Ms. Time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the Secretary. It has been a long day, so I appreciate it. Our national parks, as we've talked about, are not just iconic landscapes, they're pillars of our local economies. In Oregon's Crater Lake National Park, it attracts over 500,000 visitors every year and drives more than $55 million in economic activity for a part of our state that has very modest economic activity. 98% of that is from out-of-town visitors. So first question, do you agree that national parks play a vital role in sustaining regional economies and supporting gateway communities?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. And if we manage them even better, we can do even better for those gateway communities.
I totally agree with you, and that's the segue to the next part of the question. Is recently the superintendent of Crater Lake resigned, citing staffing cuts so severe that he feared for the future of the park. And right now they're down to 3 park rangers when they normally would have 8. And these are on the ground in the field personnel. So that shortfall means that they may not be able to run core programs for the families who are coming to experience one of our nature's most treasured places. So when our parks lose staff like this, we're not just cutting jobs, we're impacting the experience and the economy and the visitation for our local communities. So last week on June 4th, I sent a letter requesting a briefing on Crater Lake and how you plan to address these cuts and protect the future of the park, especially now that it's without a superintendent. I haven't received a response yet, so I just wanted to ask today, since we have you here, will you commit to a briefing for myself and my colleagues on Crater Lake and the plans to get that park in shape for the visitation that's already starting?
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate the way you've asked that question. I do want to say just in 1 second, we have other parks who have more staffing this summer than they had last summer. So the idea that this is an across-the-board disaster, I mean, places where we've had great leadership, where people have dug in, they've got all their summer staff hired, they've responded to all this, they've gotten creative with volunteer groups.
Yeah.
It's happening, and so we'll work on a plan with Crater Lake because the parks are open. We believe we have enough people to support all the programs we had last year, this year.
I appreciate that. I know that it's also been reported, though it's not universally true, because Seguro National Park has closed its visitor center. Yosemite is delaying reservations at 5 of its major campgrounds. So there are clear issues across the country. So we will reach out to you to get a date, hopefully in the next few weeks, for that briefing. And in a recent Senate hearing, you had testified that the goal is to have more people working in the parks. Is that still accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it took me almost 8 weeks to try to put together the data to understand of the over 26,000 full and part-time people that worked in the Park Service, how many of them actually worked in a park? The best answer we have is it might only be slightly over 50%. So all the concern about staffing and programming and rangers, I think we can solve all of that, put more people on the ground doing the work, interfacing with the public, and then reduce the overhead that we have in finance, budgeting, IT, HR, all of these things.
I do appreciate that. And forgive me for jumping in just because I'm watching that clock. I do understand that. The total numbers, though, as I know you understand, aren't necessarily reflective of the needs. You know, a plow operator in a place that gets 36 feet of snow every year can't be replaced by a wildlife biologist or somebody else. So I just want to make sure that, we have the right staff, and I know my colleagues have pointed to that too. So I think that we also have been told that there's a hiring freeze. 1 permanent employee can be hired for every 4 that leaves. If we are short on those employees who are really needed in the field on the ground for those experiences, I wonder if we can count on you to send a memo to superintendents clarifying that they're missing staff that are directly engaged with the public in these parks, that they can hire them immediately.
Well, what you cited was an administration-wide, but we have exemptions for wildland firefighters, law enforcement, which includes, badged rangers, and also summer staff. So there is no hiring freeze on those positions, and we'll make sure that every park understands if those are the areas that they have shortage, that they can be out hiring.
So just to clarify, if there are shortages in personnel that will directly impact the park's experience, there's hotels and maintenance and all that. I know there's other folks who are responsible for that, but so I probably should have used a different example there. But for on-the-ground experience for our visitors, that if they have a shortage, that you will clarify that they can rehire those immediately.
Well, we'll clarify that they can come up with a solution, because they keep using the example of who's going to empty the garbage, and in some cases we've got private contractors and gateway communities that would love to have that contract versus us having a federal employee empty garbage or a summer hire emptying garbage.
Yeah, my understanding is that they are overworked. I spoke to the superintendent, and he was saying that some of their employees who are federal employees were working as many as 60 hours of overtime in a 2-week period to make up for the short staffing. So I think that you and I can agree that that is not a safe nor sustainable situation.
And if they've got open positions for summer hiring, then I hope they're also spending time focusing on getting those positions filled.
Yeah, as you know, it's hard to hire on short timeline, and so unfortunately, a lot of those staff were to have been started a month ago, and they're still trying to fill those positions. So they're under a lot of stress right now.
Gentlelady Tom has
Thank you, Mr.
way expired.
Thank you for your patience.
Was interesting dialogue. I think they would probably really like no tax on overtime, though. Chair recognizes the gentlelady
Thank you,
from
Mr.
Colorado, Ms. Bobert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us today. It's an honor to have you here, and congratulations. I want to talk to you about a few things in Colorado specifically. So in my district, our ranchers and farmers, they're really struggling with the economic losses from gray wolf depredation, which is why my friend Tom Tiffany and I, we introduced legislation, HR 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, to delist the gray wolf from the Endangered Species Act. The wolf population has recovered in many, many areas, and federal protections are no longer needed. This is something that, as you know, it's been back and forth on and off of the Endangered Species Act. So I would like to know, Mr. Secretary, what is the Department of Interior's position on delisting the gray wolf, and what actions are you taking or potentially taking to support rural communities impacted by these predators?
As I've stated earlier, I'll state again today, gray wolf, grizzly, wolves in northern Minnesota, all these are under review. It's we'll follow the science and follow the law, but it's my understanding that we've far exceeded the recovery numbers on all of these species. And as I said earlier, we turned the Endangered Species Act into the Hotel California. You could check in but never get out, and we need to be celebrating when species come off. If the gray wolf comes off, it should be a celebration that we've done a great job on recovery.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, I agree with that, and that's actually an argument I've made in this committee time and time again, that this is a great success story of the Endangered Species Act. We have listed the gray wolf, and it seems that it has recovered, and we should trust the science. In fact, last Congress, that's what my bill was titled, Trust the Science, but we're seeing, that these left-leaning states, Democrat-run states, are bringing these predators in more and more. So I want to see, will you work with Congress to advance this piece of legislation so we can get that codified into law, and we don't have to deal with the frivolous lawsuits and prevent that in the future?
We'll be happy to sit down with you and discuss that piece of legislation. I haven't read it, so I won't specifically commit to that, but I would certainly commit with working you on this issue, because we have to be celebrating species coming off that list.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. So I've also introduced HR 131, the Finish the AVC Act, to complete the Arkansas Valley Conduit. This is a vital water project in southeast Colorado. It's been delayed since the Kennedy administration. This vital project, it would provide clean drinking water to 50,000 Coloradans. So I would like to, if you haven't read the bill yet, first ask you to look at that legislation. And if so, I would like to have conversations about your commitment to supporting HR 131 and working with me and others to secure the funding and regulatory approvals needed to get this project across the finish line.
Yep, it'll be I'm less familiar with that particular bill, but would very much look to learning more about that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And then we have HR 1, the OBBB, the One Big Beautiful Bill. It includes critical energy permitting reforms to boost domestic production and reduce bureaucratic delays. I'm particularly focused on a provision that includes My American Energy Act, which requires the department to process applications for permits to drill, APDs, under valid leases regardless of unrelated civil actions, and extend APD terms to 4 years to provide certainty for energy procedures. So now, does the department support provisions like this, extending the term to a 4-year term, and other provisions to ensure that the APDs are processed without interference from frivolous lawsuits to provide for this longer period?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And what actions is the department taking to streamline energy permitting to support leaseholders in developing our nation's energy resources?
On the speeding up permitting is a core priority of the department. A number of efforts that are going on. We've had some success. We did a pilot project on a environmental assessment and an EIS where we set targets of could we get an EA done in less than 14 days. Normally takes over a year. An EIS in less than 28 days normally takes over 2 years. We completed the first one in May. People said, how do you do that? Well, we put more time on the project in 2 weeks with a continuous SWAT team working it from beginning to end than when it took a year, when it just went from one desk to another with 30 days in between and people having to pick it up and where was it, what were they thinking and what were they trying to get. So we can deliver better products faster, those things, and part of that is then also building the IT systems to support that. So there's a lot of interesting things that we're doing where we can increase quality and dramatically shorten timeframes. And then, of course, then you don't need to just throw more bodies at it. We can create more meaningful, purposeful jobs for people that are working on the permitting side of things than when they're just shuffling paper.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And in my last question here for you, in April of last year, the BLM finalized its rule permitting for fluid mineral leases and leasing processes. This rule was constructed by the Biden administration to slowly constrict oil and gas leases on federal lands. So kind of under that permitting and lease structure here in that same vein. Under your leadership, how does the department plan to address really this dangerous rulemaking that threatens U.S. energy independence?
I'm going to have to interrupt.
Oh, we're way over. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I thought I was under.
Maybe
when I saw 42, I thought I had 42 to go, not over.
The secretary
Apologize. I yield.
can get that answer back to you, hopefully.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
Chair
Secretary.
now recognizes the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's been a long day. I'll keep this short and sweet. But thank you so much just for being here, Secretary Burgum. Thank you for your work to advance energy dominance while stewarding America's beauty and abundance of natural resources. I'm proud to represent Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, which encompasses our Commonwealth's entire Atlantic coast. It's a significant portion of the Chesapeake Bay. We have 9 national wildlife refuges and countless wildlife species and habitats. Virginians that live on the beach and the bay understand the importance of preserving our nation's significant natural resources. They take this task very seriously, and they expect me to do the same here in Congress. They fish in our waters, they hike in our beautiful national parks, kayak on our rivers, and operate businesses on our coastline. They see every day the impacts of extreme weather, flooding, and loss of habitat. I share your mission to protect our federal lands and waters, as do my constituents and all Virginians. The Commonwealth takes a pragmatic, all-the-above energy approach to meeting our growing energy demands. Electricity demands in Virginia, which is home to more data centers than any other state, is expected to double within this decade. Fortunately, Dominion Energy is developing the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project, which is expected to be fully online by the end of next year. Once fully operational, this offshore wind project will deliver enough electricity to power almost 700,000 homes, provide over 1,000 jobs, and deliver over $200 million in economic output. And most importantly, this project is important to our national security. And just to speak very, very candidly and briefly and why I've become one of their biggest advocates and spokespeople, my naval air station, the East Coast Master Jet Base, Naval Air Station Oceana, and so, like so many other bases throughout our country, are in need of so many infrastructure upgrades. I don't have that money in my defense budget. I now have a public-private partnership with Dominion Energy. They have agreed to give a $500 million power grid upgrade for use of leasing some Navy land to go from the offshore wind project to their energy storage facilities. This is great, no cost to the Navy. But what my defense budget can't do, I can now do because of Dominion Energy's, again, contribution through the offshore wind project. So I've become, again, just very protective of this project because my Navy needs this. Our national security really needs it. It's important to that. Energy demand benefits aside, offshore wind is helping to usher in a new era of American shipbuilding and shipyards across the country that have for decades supported the oil and gas industry, are welcoming offshore wind customers with open arms, and they're hard at work with building specialized vessels needed for construction operations and maintenance of the offshore wind project. And we all know the priority, especially from the administration, about shipbuilding and how we need to really be supporting that industry. Already, offshore wind has driven nearly $2 billion in investments in American shipbuilding, a number that is expected to increase substantially with the growth of the U.S. offshore wind industry. I look forward to working with you and your team to ensure that states and the offshore wind industry have the support they need from the department to deliver on this administration's critical goal of unlocking American energy. And I thank you for your common sense consideration for my district especially. My question I have, I'd like to flag another important issue to my constituents that we're facing right now at home, and I hope you can help with it. It's Virginia's 2nd District. It's home to Chincoteague National Wildlife Refuge, which is part of the Assateague Island National Seashore. We have over 3.2 million people who visit the National Seashore each year and enjoy swimming at the public beaches. Chincoteague typically employs several seasonal lifeguards to ensure the safety of park visitors. Due to the current freeze on hiring federal employees, the town and its residents are concerned they will not be able to hire lifeguards for the upcoming season. While several exemptions to the freeze were made for certain public safety employees, unfortunately, lifeguards did not make this list. The park has resorted to posting no lifeguards signs at the beach, but I'm concerned that visitors will swim despite the warning with potentially tragic consequences. So my only question for you is, do you have any information on this issue, and if we can expect an exemption for lifeguards as the summer vacation schedule begins and visitation increase?
First time I've heard about this lifeguard issue at this particular park, but under the fact that we've got many positions still open for summer hiring, we should just visit, because I would think that a lifeguard would be seasonal and be summer. So I would think that it would qualify under that. So I would think they would have hiring authority to be able to hire lifeguards as temporary summer employees, because we've got open recs for that.
Great, so we can connect with your office and make sure that happens. Okay, I appreciate your help. That's all I have. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. And Mr. Secretary, it's been a full midday here. Hopefully you had a good time in committee here. Thank you so much. I'll be brief, and I know you got to get going here. So we're having a heck of a wolf problem in Northeast California, devastating the wildlife there and the farmers and ranchers, and there really doesn't seem to be much of a remedy coming from the state side of it. And the measures they're giving, they're not even allowing to be used, and they're pretty ineffective because the wolf gets smart to it pretty quick. They're cunning creatures. So one thing that needs to happen, there's tens of thousands of this wolf in the Midwest, upper Midwest, Canada, like that. Yet they seem to believe that we need to have that same wolf everywhere in the country for it to be considered not endangered. If you want to go see a gray wolf, you can go to Minnesota. But why they have to be hundreds of them in California? I think they have a plan for 900 in California, as well as a crazy idea for 1,700 grizzly bears. We don't have any wildlife left. Beef is becoming a bigger part of their diet. It's found in their scat at a high percentage. That basically the wolf has adopted the beef, it's what's for dinner motto. So they really need some help. So what we need are at least some kind of target for what a limit needs to be on an endangered species, and how many wolves are enough in any part of the country, or my own district or Northern California. So we'll be engaged on legislation on delisting the gray wolf. We're just asking that your department can be helpful as possible on that too. So do you see any good work the Department of Interior can do to help with the delisting?
I'm losing track. I think you might be the fifth or sixth person today that's got too many wolves.
I'm sorry. I missed the whole thing.
No,
I'm sorry
I'm not.
about that.
There's no apologies. I'm just saying every part of the country. I mean, this is, hearing it from Colorado, and I know that Montana, Wyoming, Minnesota, others are feeling the same way now, California. So this is something that we're going to take a look at, but we want to make sure that we can celebrate when species are coming off the endangered species list, as opposed to celebrating when they're going on.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. Sorry about the redundancy on that. but it's
No apologies. I know how important this is, and myself, having been involved in ranching and having ranch neighbors, I know how important this is to their livelihood.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the rest of the time. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Let's look forward to working with you on that.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, is there one final request?
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my last unanimous consent request. Mr. Secretary, I sure respect your skill and endurance in being with us all day long. But I would like to ask UC to enter into the record BLM's fiscal 2024 oil and gas leasing statistics, which show that of the 22.2 million acres leased to oil and gas, only 56% are actually producing. There's a lot of deadbeat leases out there, and also a unanimous consent request to enter into the record BOM's request for information on a new offshore 5-year leasing plan, which shows that when it comes to offshore in the Gulf of Mexico, about 80% of existing leases are idle, are not producing oil and gas. So to the point of why all of these lands and areas are being opened up for new leasing, we sure have a lot of idle, undeveloped area out there right now. Yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you for your valuable testimony and to the members for their questions today. We, as members, may have additional questions that we could submit to you, then ask that you would reply to those in writing. And under Committee Rule 3, members of the committee must submit these questions to the subcommittee clerk by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, June 17th. The hearing record will be held open for 10 business days for these responses. If there's no further questions or no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Appreciate the dialogue.